through the work on this case, that Tracy Young was given.
Object, Your Honor. Move to approach.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have a conversation. David will be out. Okay, the objection sustained. Let's proceed on.
Thank you, Your Honor. But no, I asked you the question, did the prosecutors provide you with records that belong to a patient named Tracy Young? And I think for transitional purposes, you said no.
Correct. That is a true statement. I was not provided medical records for Tracy Young.
And you are aware Mr. Schroyer, Attorney Schroyer, is the attorney that hired you in the civil case against Mount Carmel. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Schroyer, however, provided you with some records belonging to Tracy Young. Is that a fair statement?
It is correct. Right prior to my deposition, when I met with Mr. Schroyer, he presented me a few excerpts from a chart that was labeled TY, that I believe to be Tracy Young, in preparation for the deposition testimony in the civil trial.
And during the deposition in the civil trial, were you asked questions about Tracy Young?
To my recollection, there were some questions posed by the attorneys for Mount Carmel West about patient TY.
And at that time, on June 21st of 2021, fair to say that you had enough confidence based on the review of what you were provided to testify as to dosage amounts that Tracy Young had been given by Dr. Husel during her palliative extubation.
Yes, that's correct. Mr. Schroyer had shown me some of the dosing schedules that patient TY had received from Dr. Husel while she was a patient.
And specifically, you gave dosage amount, did you not, as to what she was given with respect to the palliative extubation?
Correct. Based on the limited records I have, I answered the questions that were asked of me by Mount Carmel's attorneys regarding what I had seen regarding patient TY.
And you indicated, did you not, that she, it was your understanding, based on the review of the records you had been provided.
Your Honor, page, please.
Page
I'm
two-
trying to follow along.
Page 246.
Thank you.
The patient had 2,500 micrograms of fentanyl, 20 Versed, and 16 Dilaudid over 37 minutes. Do you remember that testimony?
I do recall that, yes, ma'am.
And then lastly, with respect to your testimony that you gave under oath in the deposition with respect to Tracy Young, she lived for 9 days after her extubation, did she not?
Yes, based on the limited review I had of the medical records provided to me by Mr. Schroyer, that did appear to be true, although that was a patient who had tremendous exposure previously to opioids and had developed true tolerance to the medication.
So then tell me if you made that determination about Tracy Young, that she was not opioid naive. You must have then been given a large volume of records, which would have included the MARS and her home medication history. Were you given all those records?
No, I was only provided excerpts of her medical records by Mr. Schroyer. I did not have access to the entire chart.
Would you agree, in your work as an expert and your work at Florida Gulf Bay, that you're only as good as the information you receive?
Certainly, the information I receive helps determine the accuracy of the analysis of a physician in caring for the patient or of an expert who's providing analysis of a medical record for giving testimony.
As you sit here today, you have no reason to disbelieve the statement you gave in the deposition with respect to the dosage amounts, correct?
Yes, that's a true statement. I gave the best answer I had based upon the limited available information I had regarding patient TY.
And the same is true for how long she lived, which was 9 days.
Yes, based upon the abstracts I was provided, it appeared that she had lived for 9 days.
Let's go to now your statement on direct with respect to how you spend your professional time. I know we've already gone over that on your resume, you don't list your consulting company. But as I wrote down your testimony, it was that you spend 95% of your time treating patients, and then you said 5% on administrative work. Do you remember that answer?
Yes, I do remember that answer.
And 95 plus 5, and then is 100.
Correct. In terms of my actual work at the hospital, it would be broken out as 95 plus 5 is 100. In terms of then total time, 10% is on consulting and 90% is on the practice of medicine.
I thought you told this jury on direct that 15% of your income was from your expert testimony.
That's true. 10% of my time and 15% of my income.
How many hours do you work a year? Just on average.
So I work on average 70 hours a week as a physician.
As a physician, and then on top of the physician, you do expert time?
Correct. And then another 7 or 8 hours a week doing forensic consulting.
And you told this jury that you get about 15 new cases a year. Is that fair?
I receive between 18 and 20 new cases a year.
As for those cases, let's talk about how they come in. They come in and you review them. Is that the first step, as I understand it?
That's a true statement.
And then, if necessary, you are asked by the individual that hires you to create a report and then potentially do a deposition. Is that right?
So it depends upon the jurisdiction. Certain states do require reports. All federal cases require experts to write a report. Many states do not require a written report by the expert, but instead will require a deposition in which the attorneys ask the expert questions. So it depends upon which state and jurisdiction the expert reviews cases.
And doctor, I'm looking for economy here. So I will leave my question with the yes or no, but you then, after you're retained, you review the case, and then in some cases you give a deposition, correct?
True. In some cases, I would be asked to give a deposition.
And then in some cases you testify at trial, correct?
Correct. In a smaller number, I would be asked to testify at trial.
You remember, well, let's talk about that. In advance of any depositions or trial testimony, you would agree with me that you meet with the attorney that hires you. Is that right? To prepare?
Yes, that's a standard experience that I would meet with the attorney for 1 or 2 hours prior to a deposition or a trial testimony.
And what's of those 15 to 20 cases a year, how many hours would you say on average you spend on a case?
On average, it would probably be about 8 to 10. It may be as little as 1 or 2 if I reject the case and do not get involved in the case, or it could be more than 10 if I have to review extensive deposition testimony.
I wrote it down, but I just want to make sure. On your direct, were you asked about how much of your work is done for the plaintiffs versus the defense?
I believe I was, yes.
And I think you kind of said like 50-40. Do you remember that answer?
No, the answer is 60% for the plaintiff and 40% for the defense.
Okay. And I want to just, so the jurors are sure. The plaintiff, this is the first time you've ever testified in a criminal case.
That's correct.
You, by practice, through your consulting office, are hired as an expert witness in medical malpractice cases.
That's a true statement.
Do you remember the deposition you gave in the Janice McKinley versus Advocate Northside Health Network case in 2017?
I don't recall that specifically.
In that case, let me ask this. Sometimes in cases you're asked to provide a trial list in civil cases. Is that true?
Yes, that's true. In all federal cases, you have to present a deposition and trial list.
And I was just going to say, and so you put this list together with intention and time, and then you provide it to opposing counsel and your counsel. Is that right?
True.
And in that deposition in 2017, you were asked, were you not, about the number of cases. Let me ask you this, since you said you don't remember. In 2017,
Right, thank you.
does it sound, if your trial list represented 165 cases, is it your testimony to the jury that that is essentially a 60-40 split? Plaintiff's defense work?
No, in terms of depositions, 90% of the time I'm asked to give a deposition, it's on behalf of the plaintiff, and 10% on behalf of the defendant.
And actually, in 2017, does this sound right, that your trial list was 165 cases, and of those, only 9 were for the defense, so 5.4%. Does that sound right?
No, it does not sound right, because in my entire life, I've only done 35 trials, so I've not done 165 trials. That would be, they probably were asking about both deposition and trials.
That's true, deposition and trials.
Correct.
165, 9 were actually for the defense. Do you remember, does that sound right, as of 2017?
No, I've done more, because I had 3 trials for the defense, and then certainly more than 9 depositions for the defense.
Would it refresh your recollection if I were to show you a certified copy of your depo transcript in that case?
Certainly.
Thank you. Showing you that for purposes of the record, the transcript is from December 7th, 2017.
What's the marker on it?
Yep. I will provide the copy of Funds 21, Your Honor, that exhibit. And Dr. Schweiger, I'm going to provide you with the same pages, but my copy's marked up. If you could read page 20, to refresh your recollection, 21, towards the bottom is where I've asked those questions. And then following on page 20, or 20, let me know when.
Since he's going to be reviewing that, it's getting to be break time.
Yeah, let me just finish this and then.
Okay.
Okay, I've read this.
Great. Fair to say that, and if you want to, I should have given you this, because this, do you see your name on top there?
I do, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now that you've had an opportunity to review page 22 and 23, fair that you were asked about whether 5% of the 165 was an accurate number, and you indicated, I haven't done the calculation, but I would accept that if that's what you calculated.
Well, actually, that's not true. On page 22, I answered, if that's your calculation, I haven't done the calculation, but I would accept it that if that's what you calculated.
Right. No, I'm aware of that. And in the prior page, it says 165 and 9 cases are listed as the defense. You see that at the bottom of 22?
Correct, and he said, it's my math, that's 5.4%, because my estimation is 10% for the defense and 90% for the plaintiff.
And here's why I asked this. Thank you. Judge, I'm almost done. Here's why I asked this, because I remember in your direct testimony, you said something about, what was the phrase you used, hindsight bias?
Correct, as an expert, I try to avoid hindsight bias.
Almost in every deposition, fair to say, you are asked, are you not, which side do you testify more frequently for? Which?
That's a true statement.
Because as an expert witness, I assume you understand that the intent of that question goes to bias.
I can't presume what the attorney is intending by the question. My answer is always consistent, that I attempt to be objective and avoid hindsight bias.
One more question. You can't infer what the intent is for an attorney asking a question, but you testified, and we'll get to it, on direct with respect to every one of these cases as to what was in that man's mind. Is that right?
That's correct. In terms of the...
There's no transference between legal and medical knowledge.
Okay. I'm going to overrule the objection for now.
Thank you.
Let's take a break. 15 minutes, guys. Okay. Dave?
All right.
Darcy? Ms. Schaefer? Have a wonderful break, guys.
Thank you.
You can be seated. Ms. Manash, Menashe?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you be kind enough to mark your copy as prime? Hans, I think it was Hans 20, defense Hans 20 was the one you showed him.
Sure.
And then you showed him an additional document that was your version. So just for the record, have it marked so that the court reporter can have it when it's done.
Do you mind if I take the sticky note off?
You can take a sticky note off.
Perfect. Sam, I'll get you that copy. Sure. You have to mark this part.
Anything for the record, Ms. Grubb?
Nothing else, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything for the record, Ms. Menashe?
No, Your Honor. We have-
Okay, we're on break. We're going to continue on with the testimony. Doctor, you're still under oath. Ms. Menashe.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good. Switch gears and go over some of the things that you testified to over the last 2 days. You were asked with respect to every patient about pain scores. Do you remember generally being asked about pain with respect to every patient?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And for purposes of my questions today, let's assume that we're talking about terminal palliative extubations. Okay?
Understood.
All right. With respect to terminal palliative extubations, you would agree, would you not, that part of the use of the medications is to help ease not only the pain and the mental anxiety of the patient, but also as a collateral effect on the family members that are present with the patient?
I would generally agree that the role of the pain medicine is to reduce any pain that the patient is experiencing or potentially might. Again, the patient is always the primary responsibility of the physician. And then, of course, you try to support the family during these emotional times, but you don't medicate the patient simply based on the family's request.
Wasn't my question. And do you remember being asked that exact question during the deposition on June 21st of 2021?
I recall a similar question, not necessarily the exact question.
And at that deposition, you answered, did you not? Yes, I agree. And then you went on to say, one of the goals of both the palliative care team and the ICU team, of who were involved, is to make the transition from life through the dying process to ultimate death as tranquil and peaceful as possible. Do you remember that being your answer?
Yes, that I do, and that I endorse.
So when you kept being asked during direct questions about just pain, fair to say you were never asked any questions by the prosecutor about mental anxiety of the patient. That is correct, is it not?
Yes, I don't recall a specific question about mental anxiety.
Nor were you asked any questions by the prosecutor about the psychological and or anxiety that, based on your experience and training, a family might experience, for instance, seeing a bad death. You weren't asked questions about that either.
I don't recall a question asking that particular concept.
I want to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit MCD 15. You are familiar through the work in these cases with the order sets at Mount Carmel Hospital. Were you not? Are you not?
I am, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is MCD 15, and also showing you what is marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1516.
True.
Would you agree with me that the order sets, while they appear to be the same, have different effective dates?
That is correct. There's 3 years approximately, or 2.5 years between those dates.
I want to talk to you about order sets because you're familiar with order sets because they have them at Tampa General, do they not?
They do, yes.
And they have an order set with respect to terminal ventilator withdrawals, right?
We do, yes. We've had one for more than a decade.
And in the Tampa General order set, fentanyl is included as a listed medication that one could use.
Correct. It is an option available for the physician to check off and potentially use on the patient.
And you are aware, I'm sure, based on your review of Defendant's Exhibit MCD 15 and or MCD 16, that fentanyl is not included in the Mount Carmel order sets.
That is correct. I do not see that listed on that page up on the screen.
And of course, let me know if you need to look them over, but you would agree that fentanyl in appropriate doses is appropriate to use during a terminal ventilator withdrawal, correct?
Yes, in terms of its use in judicious, appropriate, incremental fractionated doses, I do believe it can be used appropriately.
And you know, do you not, that the order sets at Mount Carmel West were not mandatory?
Correct. I did learn that through my review that the order sets were not mandatory at the time that they were put into effect.
But you know of their existence, and so I want to change to the topic of paralytics. I think you told the jurors yesterday, and tell me if I'm wrong, but you said, did you not, that paralytics need 3 hours to leave the system before an individual is terminally withdrawn from a ventilator. That was your testimony, was it? 3 hours?
My testimony is that in order to guarantee that all the effect of the paralytics have been removed from the body, you need the 3-hour mark because the half-life...
Doctor, and again,
Please let him finish.
Okay, stop. We got an objection, overruled. New question.
so the 3 hours is to be safe when you test it.
Correct, to be safe.
I want to show you the order set of belonging to Mount Carmel West, MCD 15. Do you see that?
Yes, it highlighted...
There's not a question on the floor, doctor, so just give me a minute.
You asked, did you see that?
Okay. Yes or no, do you see that?
Yes.
You would agree with me, would you not, yes or no, that the highlighted section says, comments, discontinue paralytics 30 minutes prior to ventilator draw. That's what Defendant's Exhibit MCD 15 says, correct?
Yes, that is a true statement.
And then I want to turn to MCD 16, because we know they deal with different years. You would agree, would you not, yes or no, that the same language, discontinue paralytics 30 minutes prior to ventilator withdrawal, is, again, appears?
Yes, the same language does appear in both protocols.
You would also agree, would you not? You talked a lot about consult with the palliative care team. Yes or no? You were aware that Mount Carmel did not have a policy that prior to a terminal vent withdrawal, the palliative care team needed to be consulted?
Yes, I was aware through my review that Mount Carmel West did not have a policy mandating palliative care on each and every case.
And even further that point, you would agree with me, would you not, that on these order sets, there is no box that indicates that the palliative care team must be ordered or called, correct?
Yes, it's true that I do not see on these protocols a box that would be checked to directly consult palliative care.
So when you testified during all those patients about the palliative care consult, that wasn't mandatory at Mount Carmel West?
It was not mandatory, but it should have been part of the process of terminal extubation and withdrawal of support.
So if you had been a CEO of Mount Carmel West, I understand that that's your testimony that that would have been the preferred practice.
If I was the chief of the medical staff instituting policies for the physicians, yes, I would have made sure that the policies at Mount Carmel West required that the mandatory consultation of palliative care be ordered before the withdrawal of support.
So yes.
Correct. Other than, obviously, I'm not a businessman or CEO, but as a physician who would be serving in that position, yes, I would have mandated it.
You know, so talked a lot about vasopressors. You're familiar with the package inserts. Are you not? Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit MCD 18. Let me increase this. Yes or no? The word that's highlighted up top says levofed, is that right?
Yes, that does say levofed.
Okay, and that is it not a vasopressor?
Correct. Levofed is, in fact, a vasopressor.
And I just want to, again, Defendant's Exhibit MCD 18, because I want to go back to that testimony about Ms. Penix, what you were talking about, the paralytics. This is a different issue when you talked about how a vasopressor ending a vasopressor would hasten death. You would agree with me that the packet insert, the level-fed, indicates that the pressor action stops within 1 to 2 minutes after the infusion is discontinued. Do you see that language, or yes or no?
Yes, I do see that language in the package insert.
So what that means, does it not, is that once the vasopressor is stopped, presumably by a nurse, it takes 1 to 2 minutes for that medication to stop having its known effect on me. Correct?
It is true that within a minute or two of the vasopressor being terminated, that the direct action at the receptor would fade and would stop.
And you know that as part of any terminal ventilator withdrawal, that vasopressors are stopped before the extubation. You know that.
In most situations, if the decision is made to remove life support at the time of the terminal extubation, yes, the decision would be made to then terminate the vasopressor administration.
Okay. Because a vasopressor is a form of life support, is it not?
Not in all situations, but certainly in patients who are requiring them to maintain adequate cardiac and blood pressure function, it would be true.
Okay. So you turn the vasopressors off and they leave the body system in 1 to 2 minutes. I think your testimony with respect to one of these patients was how the vasopressors termination hastened death. Do you remember that testimony?
And just to be precise, they don't leave the body in 1 to 2 minutes. It's the effect that's lost at 1 to 2 minutes.
Okay, doctor, it'll help out. She asked you a direct question. You went off to a tangent. Let's answer her questions, okay? Ms. Grubb will have an opportunity to clear up any mistakes or anything.
Could we have the question reread?
The effects of the vasopressor are gone from a patient's body in 1 to 2 minutes, correct?
Generally, that's a correct statement.
And your testimony, was it not, yes or no, at the end of your direct exam, that stopping the vasopressors was hastening death? Do you remember saying that to this jury?
I do recall that, yes.
Well, by that same logic, taking the tube out is hastening someone's death as well, is it not?
It could potentially hasten their death if they can't breathe completely. Event dependent, that would be a true statement.
We'll talk about that in a minute. But first I want to go to your testimony with respect to obesity. Showing you what's previously been marked as Defendant's Exhibit MCP1 and MCP2. Are you familiar, through perhaps your work in the civil case, the Mount Carmel policy and procedure with respect to the guidelines, the administration guidelines? Are you familiar with this?
Yes, I believe I have been presented this in my review of the civil case.
Okay, and I want to show you that this is the 17 version of the same policy. If you know, there's 2 different versions because 2 different dates. Does that sound correct, Doctor?
It does sound correct.
Just want to take you to, because I thought your testimony, you talked for some time about how if you're obese or have a particularly high BMI, right?
True.
That you gave testimony about how your practice would be to give less drugs. Do you remember that line of testimony, yes or no?
Yes, I do recall that.
You're aware then from your review of the Mount Carmel medication administration and self-administration guidelines, number 22, that reads, and tell me if what I read is what you see, doctor. Sometimes particular patient conditions warrant giving medications outside of the IV guidelines specification. And then it says, does it not, doctor, i.e. obesity, pain control, intolerant patients, palliative care.
Yes, that's what number 22 does read.
with respect to the 2017 version. In this version, it's number 23 as opposed to 22, but you would agree, would you not, that it says the exact same language, that if it's obesity, pain control, intolerant patients, or palliative care, you can go outside the IV guidelines. That's Mount Carmel's policy. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, I would agree. That's what the policy states and is highlighted.
Exhibit numbers again, Diane.
MCP 1, MCP 2.
Thank you.
Let's talk about overrides briefly. I know you were asked a lot of questions about intent. Just so we're clear, when you were asked questions about what actions or lack of actions by Dr. Husel, you have no words of Dr. Husel other than the medical records, correct?
That is correct. I've not been presented a deposition testimony.
There's no deposition.
True.
Right? And in those medical records, with respect to the issue of intent, there are no words that say, I want to hasten this patient's death. Correct?
That's a true statement.
There are no words that say anywhere in any of these hundreds of thousands of pages of medical records, I include the 25 patients, that it says anywhere, I want to kill this patient. Correct?
That's a true statement. I do not see that documented in the record.
In fact, there's nothing with respect to words that indicates any motive or reason why Dr. Husel would want to somehow hasten the lives of these patients, right?
True. There's nothing documented in the medical record as to that topic.
So I want to go to overrides because, and I reviewed your deposition testimony, and I want to talk about why it's relevant. Would you agree with me that you did 14 summaries for patients?
Correct.
These are supplemental.
True.
At the end of it, end of each one, and I want to show the jurors, this is State's Exhibit 32C. You have this paragraph, do you not? The same paragraph appears at the end of each of the 14 supplements. Correct?
Correct.
And it says specifically, all of the answers I provided in my prior sworn deposition testimony related to this and similar cases were true and accurate.
Correct.
And that language appears at the bottom of every single one of these 14 reports.
Yes, it does.
And I assumed before you would make an assertion like that as to the accuracy of your deposition, you would have reviewed that June 2021 deposition to know exactly what you had said.
Yes, I did.
And so with the issue of overrides, you were asked about how, if at all, the frequency of overrides came into or was a factor in your consideration in this case. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Generally, I do recall that line of questioning.
And you talked about how overrides could be used to infer intent. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit MCD and MCD4. Doctor, have you ever been provided with this document?
No, I don't recall seeing this specific document.
Just want to go over with you, given what you said about overrides could be a factor in determining intent. Are you aware that the ICU floor at Mount Carmel West had 3 Pyxis machines?
I don't recall a specific number, but I was aware they did have Pyxis machines.
And you are aware through your training and work about what an override is without having to define it, because the jury knows at this point. But you know what it is.
True,
Okay.
yes.
So I just want to go back to this. So if we look at this, does it appear to say 2017, the calendar year of 17? Do you see that?
Yes, it does.
And Station 1, 16,000 510, do you see that?
I do see that.
And I'm just including the notes that I had previously made, MCD 5. Then I want to flip to the second page. Station 2 is 11,600. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And then I'm going to go to the third page. Station 3 is 8258. Do you see that? Oh, I'm sorry. 8258. Do you see that?
Correct.
Okay. And if it, over here, does it appear that I've summarized those numbers in my handwriting with respect to 2017?
Yes, I see that.
And then I want to go to 18, MCD 4. This appears, does it not, to be the calendar year of 2018?
Yes, it does.
Mount Carmel West.
Correct.
And Station 1, 17,562. Do you see that
True.
number? Station 2, 10,785.
That's correct.
Good, I caught my math there. And then here, 8521. Do you see that?
Yes, I do see that.
So, and I have these totals here, and this would obviously be +3, but you would agree with me, would you not, that those totals, those numbers I was giving you, are over 36,000 overrides on the ICU floor in one calendar year?
Yes, that's accurate.
But you were not provided this information prior to making your determination and testifying in your deposition with respect to intent. Is that right?
That's true. I have not seen that document.
That's a lot of overrides, isn't it?
It is a lot of override.
Overruled.
Let's turn to the articles.
They're QRS, they're up there. I took them out and put them on the left corner.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. I want to first show you, you testified on direct and also in your deposition that there was 5 articles that you review and rely upon in your findings and conclusions in this case. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's a correct statement.
And I think the authors of those are Streisand, Stanley, Shlomo, Cook, and Hunai.
Correct.
So you were asked about this article, States Exhibit 32Q. You would agree with me that this article was the Truig article that you were asked about, correct?
I would agree with that statement.
And that's not one of the 5 articles that you mentioned in your deposition testimony regarding what you relied upon with respect to peer review literature, right?
That's correct.
But I just want to make sure that when you spoke about this article, you talked about how this was a later version of a prior reiteration of this article. Do you remember that testimony?
I do remember that.
And did you say, in connection to that testimony, that I think this was a 2012, but there was a 2000, what year version?
It may have been 2007. I have to go and specifically look at the reference.
But,
It was in the prior decade.
okay, and I'm not trying to hold you to the date. I'm asking because I think you then followed up with, it's important to update things because in medicine, things change in advance so quickly.
Yes, that's a generally correct statement.
I want to go now to the article you were asked about, States Exhibit 32R. Does this look like one of the articles that you were asked about?
Yes, this is the Bailey article with senior author Stanley.
Okay. And so I just want to be clear about this article. It's published in 1990.
That's a correct statement.
And with respect to this article, none of these patients were dying, undergoing terminal vent withdrawal.
That's a correct statement.
So this article doesn't have to deal with terminal vent withdrawals at all.
No, they were looking at healthy volunteers in this study.
And so that's another thing. They were looking at healthy volunteers, right?
True.
And if you know, 1990 was the year that the World Wide Web was established?
In that area, yes. I don't know the exact date, but I think I was familiar with that area.
And 90 was 32 years ago?
Correct.
And the definition of healthy is not defined in this article. Would you agree with me on that?
Correct. The authors certainly indicate the exclusion criteria, but they don't give a specific definition for the word healthy.
And that's that first article. I want to talk about the second article that you talked about on your direct. I'm showing you what's been marked at States Exhibit 32. I think it's S. Is that right?
I can't see it. It's on the bottom. Yes.
Do you see that?
I do see that now.
And if you could agree with me, and I'm happy to zoom in if you can't read it, but this article is from 1993.
I agree. It's 1993 published date.
And this is the Streisand article, is it not?
Correct. Again, the Streisand with the same senior author, Dr. Stanley.
And I want to just make sure, and it's not my exhibit, so tell me if you need me to zoom in because I don't want to highlight. This study looked at 12 healthy adult males.
Correct.
That was the universe, 12 people.
Yes, that was the study group.
And this article, like the last article, of those 12 people were not people that were dying or undergoing a palliative terminal vent withdrawal.
I
correct?
agree. None of these were undergoing a palliative vent withdrawal.
Then I want to talk about the two other articles that you mentioned that you relied upon but you were not asked about in direct. Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit Hans 4. And these highlighter marks are my own, and I will provide a clean copy to the court. Do you agree with me that the author appears to be Cook on this article?
Yes, the senior author was Dr. Cook.
And for purposes of the jury, this article is authored in what year?
It was authored in 2010, so 12 years ago.
And this is, again, one of the peer review articles that you mentioned in your deposition as relying on in this case.
That's correct.
This article, this study was 1,505 adult patients, correct?
Yes, that's true.
14 hospitals in Washington State.
Correct.
And this article does deal with patients that were terminally withdrawn from life support.
I agree with that statement.
And this first sentence right here, does it not, says little information exists about the expected time to death after terminal withdrawal of mechanical ventilation.
Yes, that was the author's first sentence.
And then the conclusion, and you've written articles yourself, so the conclusion is the ultimate finding, is it not?
True.
States time to death after withdrawal of mechanical ventilation varies widely, yet the majority of patients die within 24 hours. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes, ma'am.
And then the next sentence, I'll include it for purposes of inclusion. Subsequent validation of these predictors may help to inform family counseling at end of life.
Yes, I agree with that statement.
And then going, if we could, same article, because I'm sure that you've reviewed and know this article, is the discussion section right here. Just want to make sure that I'm reading this as you are. Is that our studies show that approximately 50% of patients, and again, the study in this case is 1,505, those that are being withdrawn terminally from a vent, right?
Yes, that's true.
Of that population, 50% die within an hour.
Correct.
And approximately 90% die within the first 24 hours.
Yes, that was the author's findings.
The majority of and the article and discussion goes on, does it not? The majority of the significant independent predictors that we identified include the acute severity of illness, right, doctor?
Yes, that's true.
With greater acute severity of illness,
Correct.
predicting shorter time to death.
Yes, that was the author's conclusion.
And then the final sentence says these predictors include the number of organ failures,
That's correct.
use of vasopressors,
That is true.
and the use of IV fluids.
Correct.
And just so we're clear, the number of organ failures, that could include kidney, liver, heart, cardiovascular, right? Brain.
That's true.
Those are all organs.
Yes.
And this article, like this article, is showing you what's been marked as a Defendant's Exhibit Hans 12, is something that you're very familiar with.
Correct.
And the date on this article, is what, if you could tell the jury?
2013.
And it's published in the Journal of Palliative Medicine, is it not?
That's correct, it was.
And this article, just so we're clear about the universe of people or individuals that are being spoken about in this article, it dealt with 322 ventilated deaths.
Correct.
So like the Cook article, this is actually dealing with patients that are dying after a terminal vent withdrawal.
That's true. The population of study was similar to the Cook group.
And right here, and again, this is my highlighting, but I did it just for ease. The results say, do they not, the median time to death was 0.9 hours.
That's correct.
The range was 0 to 165, right?
Correct.
And then it goes on to say, essentially, some numbers with respect to the oxygen, right?
True.
And vasopressors and how those can be considered in the duration of time of death. Do you agree with me on that?
I do agree with that statement.
Just want to make sure, though, that we agree on this, because you've written articles, and I know you've reviewed them. The range is what's reported as found in the study, right?
That is correct. That's the range means from the shortest period of time to the longest period of time.
And so you would agree with me, we don't know how many, but there was at least one patient in this 322 demographic or universe that had a death time of less than a minute.
Yes, based on their data, that would appear to be correct.
And then I want to go on in this article again, that you talk, it talks here, the article does rather, in terms of the introduction. Palliative withdrawal of mechanical ventilation, defined as the withdrawal of the ventilator, in a patient expected to die, is part of the transition to comfort-oriented care that is appropriate, quote, once it is decided that further aggressive medical care is incapable of meeting the desired goals for a patient. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes, ma'am.
Do you see that the last word there is patient?
Correct.
It's not the desired goal for the doctor.
I would agree with that.
And you know, do you not, that when someone is on a ventilator, communicating with them is obviously very difficult.
It is more difficult than if a patient is not on a ventilator. That is true.
And certainly when someone is in a deeply sedated or in a coma, those are situations where how we learn what the patient wants is through their next of kin or their durable power of attorney.
Yes, given the situation where they may well be deeply sedated or comatose, one would have to depend on the next of kin or any written documents such as a power of attorney they may have created prior to their illness.
Because in the absence of a patient being able to speak for themselves, those individuals or that document speaks for them.
That's correct, generally true.
Well, you are aware, are you not, doctor, and I think it might be different in Florida, that if consent is withdrawn in Ohio, that is if a durable power of attorney makes a decision that their loved one should be palliatively extubated, that doctor, that attending physician.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Ms. Schaefer? Ladies and gentlemen? Gentlemen of the jury, the objection sustained. You want to rephrase?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. If you know, in Ohio, is a physician still allowed to treat a patient after a durable power of attorney or an next of kin has withdrawn consent?
I am not familiar with that specific aspect of Ohio law.
When I go back to the article with respect to, and how do you say this name, Doctor?
I believe it's pronounced Hun.
Hun. Just go back to, just to close the loop on this, as to the statistical analysis, and that, again, looked at two main questions were addressed. What predicts palliative withdrawal of mechanical ventilation? And for those who had the mechanical ventilation withdrawn, what determines time of death?
Yes, that's correct. That was their main questions that they were attempting to answer.
And these, and again, we went over the findings that the range was 0 minutes, or I think it's probably fair to say less than a minute,
Correct.
up to 165 hours,
True.
with the mean being, I guess there wasn't a mean, maybe that was, the last article was less than an hour.
Yeah, so here the median, which is the most common finding, was approximately 55 minutes, which would be 0.9 hours.
And so, fair to say, thank you. So fair to say that the findings in the Cook article with respect to the mean time of death for an individual after being palliatively extubated is similar in these articles. 0.9, 0.95.
Yes, correct. The findings of the two authors published in the papers were similar in terms of the common period of time that patients survive after terminal extubation.
And these are peer review articles because and that's part of the reason why you would rely on these articles, is it not?
Yes, both articles are peer reviewed.
Which means they're kind of double, triple checked.
Correct.
Moving now to the patients. And your findings with respect to each. I just want to set some general framework so the jury understands and you understand how I'm doing my questioning. Okay?
Yes.
Just showing you, for instance, James Timmons, the report, the supplemental report you authored. This one is 32M. Do you see that?
I do see that. Yes, ma'am.
It appears that what the process you've taken in these supplemental reports is you've cut and pasted a bit from the medical records in your initial pages.
Yes, that's correct.
Does that make, that's what it appears, is that right?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
And then after you're cutting and pasting the medical records, I presume that you think are relevant?
That's correct.
Because obviously these patient files are voluminous.
True.
And then, if we can, I don't want to give anyone a headache. Then, a moment. Towards the back of your report, for each patient, you then have a list, right, of all the things, things being findings and conclusions that you've made based on your review of the case. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And you type your own reports, you told this juror?
That's correct.
It's your own style, then, it appears, that words like terminal extubation or massively, or words like that, you capitalize.
That's correct.
So what I'm going to do is, in my questioning, I'm just going to go to the parts of your report where you have your findings.
Understood.
I think that'll be easiest for the jury, and that way we can be efficient with respect to comment. Let's start with Sandra Castle. Again, we don't know when the report was dated, but we know that this appears to be part of your report on Sandra Castle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I want to start with what we know now, or what I think you know now, is that Sandra Castle was extubated at 16:42 during the day shift. Correct?
That's correct.
And you are aware, are you not, that Dr. Husel works the night shift?
I am aware of that now.
So she's extubated when he's not at work.
That's correct.
I am assuming, doctor, that before you turned over your supplemental reports to the state of Ohio, you took the time and attention that a case like this warrants.
That's correct.
You reviewed those reports.
I did.
And I even heard you previously say that sometimes you have someone within your office double check just for typos and that kind of thing.
Correct.
Did you cut and paste in your report?
Sometimes, since there was a large number of reports, I did cut and paste.
So let's go to your second finding with respect to Ms. Castle. You wrote, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, Dr. Husel made her DNRCC and withdrew life-sustaining measure. It had not yet been determined that she was irreversible and life-threatening state. So we know now that Dr. Husel had nothing to do with that.
That's a true statement. I was incorrect in that entry in my report.
Okay, so that's incorrect. And then,
Okay, let the record reflect that you crossed out certain parts of it.
yes,
So
well, this is not the state's exhibit.
I understand it's your exhibit. I'm not criticizing you, but I want them to know why it's there.
Gotcha. I will state that every time I do it. And then I want to go to 5 because it relates to 2, does it not? Where you conclude to make these decisions without giving the patient an adequate amount of time to declare her condition and salvageability is well below, all caps, the applicable standard of care. Do you see that?
I do see that.
So again, crossing it out, that doesn't apply because Sandra Castle's family made the decision.
Objection, Your Honor. There's nothing in the record that says that what counsel is saying at this time is true.
Okay. Let's go side.
No, we'll continue on. I'll pull the record. Don't want to lose the cadence.
As to
So,
going to make a record, or where are we?
no, it's,
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's rephrase and
sure.
ask it accordingly.
we'll come back to it. So then, and I just want to, well, I'll probably have it right here, actually. It works out well. Joint Exhibit 12, page 85 to 86. Does this appear to be part of Sandra Castle's medical record?
Yes, this is part of Sandra Castle's medical record.
And if you're aware, I assume you're aware of just general day shift versus night shift timeframes?
Correct. Similar names appeared throughout the record, so I did become familiar with which physicians worked the day shift versus which worked the night shift.
And this progress note is from Dr. Mahoney, is it not?
Yes, that's correct.
And flipping to page 2 here of the progress note, and let me go back because I want to make sure. This appears to be what time?
At 1:48 in the afternoon.
This day shift.
That is day shift, yes.
And I've highlighted for ease. It says Dr. Mahoney, and I believe actually the resident physician wrote the note and he adopted it. Does that sound right, Doctor?
Yes, that's true.
I had a long talk with her family. They have her living will. You mentioned that, right? That the living will can speak for a patient?
That's correct.
And tell me she would not want these aggressive interventions in this situation. Do you see then it goes on to say, we will plan for palliative withdrawal of support later on this afternoon when more family is present.
I do see that.
It goes on to say 43 minutes of critical care time that Dr. Mahoney spent.
That's correct.
This is in the ICU, is it not?
It is, yes.
That's because Dr. Mahoney's an ICU doctor.
Correct.
Goes on, the patient is critically ill with dysfunction of more than one or more organ systems.
That's correct.
Specifically, acute respiratory failure and requires mechanical ventilation. Do you see this right here that says without this, she would survive life-threatening decomposition?
Suffer.
Suffer.
I do see that, yes, ma'am.
Do you see that?
I do see that.
So, in response to the objection made, the records show that the decision to palliatively extubate Ms. Castle was made during the day shift.
Yes, it appears that the decision was made through the day shift. It doesn't specifically chronicle the discussion with the family, but it does appear to be made during the day shift.
Okay, and then I want to go to the progress note that I'm sure you saw with respect to Ms. Castle from Mark Dellinger. And again, that's another doctor, is it not?
It is, yes.
Patient on vent and not able to provide a ROS. What's that stand for?
Review of systems.
And so they spoke to the family because the patient couldn't speak to themselves. Is that what the medical record says?
Yes, it says that the son was at the bedside, which is how, and then that there was a conversation between the son and Dr. Dellinger.
So this is the second doctor that's talked to the family.
Correct.
And if you could tell me that time right there, that's a day shift time, is it not?
Yes, that's 2:28 in the afternoon.
And right here, Dr. Dellinger, so a second doctor, indicates, does he not, the family has elected to withdraw care, noting that she has a living will and confirms that she would not wish to be on support.
Yes, that was Dr. Dellinger's entry.
And then thirdly, if we could go to Joint Exhibit 12, page 811, this is the nursing note, which I'm sure that you reviewed in the course of your engagement in this case, by Nurse Adair. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
And it says, patient palliatively extubated at 1642. Many family members at bedside.
That's a correct statement of what is written there.
And 1642 is a day shift, is it not?
Yes, 1642 is 4:42 in the afternoon.
So going back to your report, when you talked about things like, again, Sandra Castle, now moving on to 12, that her acute medical conditions could have benefited from further treatment, you now must agree, doctor, that has to be taken out of your report.
No, I would respectfully disagree. My opinion of reviewing her records is that she would have still benefit from further treatment despite what was entered in the medical record.
So is it that Dr. Dellinger and Dr. Mahoney, you would just replace their names in the report as to the findings? So would your report read, prior to any decision by Dr. Dellinger with the family to institute DNR comfort care, status, and withdrawal support? Or let me go to page 1. Would your report have read, to make these decisions without giving the patient an adequate amount of time to declare her condition and salvageability is well below the applicable standard of care for Dr. Dellinger and Dr. Mahoney?
Well, again, this is not a malpractice case. I've learned that from the judge, that those terms shouldn't be used in a criminal case. But yes, in terms of these statements, they're not applicable to Dr. Husel since he wasn't involved in that phase of the care.
So you okay. And then I'm assuming, if we go back to your report, again, Sandra Castle, just want to make sure in terms of the accuracy of your report, 16, it indicates that to have the discussion and change the status in the middle of the night. We now know from the records that 1642 she was extubated in the daytime.
That's correct. She was extubated in the afternoon.
So this, and I'm crossing it out, this is also not correct.
Correct. She was not extubated in the evening.
And I know, Doctor, we talked about cut and paste sometimes, but you would agree, would you not, that Sandra Castle was a woman?
I would agree. Sandra Castle was, in fact, a woman.
To go one other thing with respect to 39, and again, the decision was made outside of Dr. Husel, but when you talked about that Ms. Castle's status was not yet terminal, do you see that 39 finding?
I do see that.
Showing you what's been marked as Joint Exhibit 12, page 486, appears to be Sandra Castle's direct charting flow sheet. Would you agree with me on that?
I do agree. That is the flow sheet.
And did Ms. Castle have a pacemaker?
I would have to recheck her record. I don't recall whether she did or did not.
Please check her record, yeah.
Yes, she did in fact have a pacemaker.
She did. And
Correct.
it was an internal pacemaker, was it not?
Yes, it was an implantable pacemaker that had previously been put into the patient.
And pacemaker, an internal pacemaker, beats for the heart? Is that a layperson way that we can say that?
The way I would phrase it to the lay public, it senses the heart to see if it's beating on its own, and then if it sees missed or absent beats, it will then pace the heart itself.
So it's there for emergencies. If your heart's not working, it kicks in.
Correct. It sends electrical signals to the heart to tell the heart to beat efficiently.
So just want to go to a direct charting flow sheet. You see the pulse oximetry here, right?
I do, yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that a 66 is not sustainable for life.
A 66 is defined as hypoxemia, which is very low and would not over time be susceptible or consistent with a prolonged life.
And you would agree with me that in terms of other measures, when there is an internal pacemaker, we wouldn't expect to see beats per minute. Is that right? Or I'm sorry.
No, that's not
I guess blood pressure. Is that right?
That's not true either.
Okay. Tell me what we wouldn't expect to see as another measure other than the 66.
What you may not see is the patient's own heart spontaneously beating. What you would see are the electronic pacemaker spikes on the EKG, meaning that the pacemaker itself is sending the electrical messages.
And yes, that was couldn't get there, but I appreciate that. So we've got her at a 66 at 2,200. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
I want to just talk about the tolerance issue, because I know that's come up, whether someone is opioid naive or tolerant. Does this look like the medication administration record for Sandra Castle?
It does, yes.
Just want to go through her, I think the word was used course, but she was in the hospital from the 10th to the 13th. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
The 10th, she gets fentanyl. It appears 50 micrograms per hour.
That's right. She had an order placed for continuous infusion of fentanyl at that rate, 50 micrograms per hour.
And then about an hour and a half later, the infusion rate is increased, is it not?
Yes, it appears to have doubled to 100 micrograms per hour.
So the 50 goes to 100. And just so we're clear, the names on these orders, this is Dr. Hagris. Dr. Hagris, do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
Dr. Hagris, right?
That's correct.
And then again, so we've got 315, and then at 340, it's increased, is it not, another time to 150?
It is, yes, ma'am.
I remember on your direct that you talked about anoxic brain injury.
That's correct.
And did I hear your testimony right that if you have anoxic brain injury, you don't have pain?
Correct. If you have severe encephalopathy from anoxia, it would be impossible to consciously perceive pain.
And I ask that because if we go on to her MAR, we can just go, let's go here to her direct charting flow sheet. Does this appear to belong to Sandra Castle?
It does, yes, ma'am.
And would you agree with me that two different nurses, looks like Nurse Adair and Nurse Lachard, note pain?
Yes, I would agree that both of those nurses documented pain scores.
And we know that Sandra Castle had an anoxic brain injury.
That is correct.
And then with respect to Ms. Castle, you know from the review of the records, who intubated her? Do you know?
Let me just review my report. believe she was intubated either by EMS during the 911, the paramedics, or immediately upon arrival in the emergency room.
And then she was transferred to the ICU, given the critical nature of her status, right?
That's a true statement.
Let's go to Ryan Hayes. Ryan Hayes, does that appear to be part of your report?
Correct.
And I know you were asked about this on direct examination, but it's your understanding as you sit here today that the decision to palliatively extubate Mr. Hayes was also made on the day shift.
That's correct.
And the reason, based on your review of the medical records, that it was done at night was to wait for a family member to arrive, correct?
That was my understanding.
So let's go to 5 in your report, where you say the fact that the patient had only recently been intubated prior to Dr. Husel rapidly proceeding with a 180-degree turn and approaching the family in regard to the DNR CC status. That's a finding that you say is him falling below the standard of care, right? That's what your report says.
Again, I was instructed by
Okay,
Your Honor not to
answer
talk
that
about.
question, Doctor.
Okay. Yes, that's what the report says.
So now, as you sit here today under oath, you understand that actually Dr. Husel never approached the family, right?
It appears so. That's correct.
And so he never did a 180-degree turn, right?
That's correct.
So this, and if I can, for the record, so this that comes out of your report.
True.
And then it goes on, does it not, on 6, to talk about how though it may have been appropriate to discuss the status in the middle of the night, it was medically inappropriate. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay, so we know that this is incorrect because the discussion wasn't had in the middle of the night. Would you agree with me on that?
That's correct.
So then I want to go to your further statement about the discussion shouldn't have happened because it was medically inappropriate. So let's go to who had the discussion to talk about their. Do you see this progress note with Ryan Hayes?
That's correct. It lists Dr. Douglas Closure.
Joint Exhibit 2, page 22 to 27. You would agree that Dr. Closure, what department is he in at Mount Carmel West?
He was under the Pulmonary Critical Care Division.
In the ICU, right? But in the pulmonary
Correct.
section. This is his note right here, is it not?
It is.
Patient is critically ill, such that a high probability of imminent or life-threatening deterioration in patient's condition. Dr. Closure indicates that he spent 34 minutes of care. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Same progress note, I'm just flipping forward. Page 27, this is the same progress note, although Meredith Morse appears, it is the same progress note of Mr. Closure. It's a long note, if you recall. It says down here, does it not, prognosis is extremely grim. Family has decided on palliative withdrawal today. According to family, they clearly state the patient was very adamant about never being on life support and would not want to continue at this point. Do you see that note in the medical record?
Yes, that was entered by Dr. Morse.
Okay, so that's a second doctor.
That's a resident, I believe.
The patient is not brain dead, as he does breathe over the vent,
Correct.
right? It goes on to say, given the extent of his end organ damage and severe derangements in his kidney and liver function, patient is not a candidate for DCD and is not a loop patient. So that means, does it not, we can't save his organs, right?
Correct. DCD is basically
You know, they thought I lost weight literally overnight. Well, I went from looking like this to this.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a good lunch. We're going to continue on with the testimony. Doctor, you're still under oath. Ms. Menashe.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just to go back, I know we had gone through a number of records with respect to patient Ryan Hayes. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Covered at least 4 doctor's notes with respect to the condition of Mr. Hayes. We went through Dr. Klossers, Dr. Morse, Dr. Varghese, and then the initial doctor that did the physical, Dr. Ethan. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Want to go now to some other findings that you made in your report, if we could, still on Ryan Hayes, Doctor. Ryan Hayes, page number 7. Do you see where you indicated that Dr. Husel never placed a consult for the palliative care service?
Yes.
To evaluate or discuss the DNRCC with Mr. Hayes' next of kin? Do you see that as your 7th finding in this case?
I do.
And I know we've discussed it, but there was palliative care service, while mandatory, was an option offered at Mount Carmel West. Is that correct?
It is correct. Palliative care was not mandatory at Mount Carmel West.
I wanted to just go here to what's marked as Joint Exhibit 2, page 373. This appears as a not to be a palliative care consult for Ryan Hayes, correct, Doctor?
It does, yes.
And I wanted to go again, these are my highlights. History and of present illness. If you could look here, what is the doctor name that appears there?
But that's not a doctor, that's a nurse practitioner.
Yes.
CNP, certified nurse practitioner.
Certified nurse practitioner. I'm sorry, but the name?
Chowan.
Okay. And then,
I'm sorry, Chauvin.
and then right here, does it not indicate, and if you could tell the jurors the time of the visit was what time of the palliative care consult?
The time was 2:30 in the afternoon
On what date?
on April the 2nd.
So the date that he arrives, he being Ryan Hayes, to Mount Carmel West, there is in fact a palliative care consult done.
I do see that, yes.
And and yet his course of treatment is through the 4th, right?
Correct.
And then you see down here, palliative care team was consulted to assist with the coordination of care.
That's correct.
Brother Ron at bedside,
True.
right? So I just want to go back then, Doctor, to this note where you indicate here on 7, we know that Dr. Husel was not working the day shift when the decision was made, but we also know, do we not, with respect to your finding as to number 7, that that's inaccurate.
That's correct. It appears a palliative care consult had occurred on the 2nd.
And then I want to go to your findings with respect to, again, Ryan Hayes, but now we're moving on to number 8. That the medical records did not include any documentation that Mr. Hayes' condition had deteriorated to a point where further medical or surgical intervention would have been unlikely to stabilize his condition. I want to go back to, and then further you talk about there's no cardiopulmonary documentation to suggest that this patient was terminal. You see that as well?
See that.
Doctor, remember on your direct examination, you talked quite a bit about the hypothermia protocol. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And that's one of the things that you indicated that could have been done to cool a patient.
Correct.
And when Ms. Scrub asked you about the actions or lack of actions, you talked about that cooling protocol as a way or a medical procedure intervention that could have been done by Dr. Husel that wasn't done in a number of instances. Do you remember that testimony?
That's correct in a number of instances.
Showing you what's been marked is Joint Exhibit 2, page 22 to 27. Does this appear to be that Closser progress note that I showed you previously?
Yes, it does, April 3rd.
And just for the record, just want to make sure, the progress note is page 22 to 27, is I have it marked for the exhibit. Doctor, want to go to page 26 of that progress note. That line I just highlighted right there with under cardiology. Do you agree with me that it says due to high pressure, and we know that's vasopressor, right?
That's true.
So the cardiologist, Dr. Closser, or Dr. Closser's
Pulmonary.
The pulmonary doctor in the ICU notes due to high pressure requirements, patient did not undergo hypothermia protocol. Do you see that?
Yes, I do see that.
And this progress note is from April 3rd?
Yes, April 3rd.
And the date of death for Mr. Hayes is the 4th?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that that is a daytime shift entry?
It is. It's 4:07 in the afternoon.
So with respect to Mr. Hayes, we know why why Dr. Closser found that he was not a good candidate for cooling. Is that right?
Yes, in regards to Dr. Closser, that was his entry.
It's noted on that medical record that he can't get that hypothermia protocol, he being Hayes, because of the high vasopressors. Do you interpret that through your work as an expert to mean that that was a, do you say counter indicator?
Contraindication.
Contraindication. And tell the jurors what a contraindication is.
A contraindication is when there is something in a patient's history or physical examination that would usually speak against offering the treatment.
So here we've got him on vasopressors, no cooling, according to Dr. Clausen.
According to Dr. Clausen.
Just want to go now to, with respect to Ryan Hayes, your finding on 29. And I know you're talking about Dr. Husel here, but we know that the decision was not made by Dr. Husel or during his shift. But would you agree that at the end here, it says at least a critical care medicine physician should not draw a conclusion with respect to futile without allowing a reasonable time to pass? And then do you see how you write greater than or equal to 24 hours?
Correct.
Just want to go back to, if we could, the history and physical, Joint Exhibit 2, page 12. This is done by Dr. Eatman,
True.
very first doctor that sees Ryan Hayes. Do you agree with me on that?
He was one of the first doctors to see him.
Okay. And he indicates here, the patient does not have any chance of survival. Do you see that?
I see that highlighted.
And then going on to progress note, Joint Exhibit 2, page 32, does this appear to be a note by a different physician?
It does.
And would you agree with me that progress there is noted to be terminal?
Yes, Dr. Vashani does indicate in his note, in his opinion, he believed that the patient to be terminal.
I just want to go back to the history and physical. You would agree with me that 24 plus hours passes from this determination to when Mr. Hayes is palliatively extubated, correct?
That is correct.
Let's go to Ms. Belisari, if we could. I just want to, this is page 30 from your findings with respect to Ms. Belisari. And as highlighted here, you note it appears that he, being Dr. Husel, failed to clearly delineate that Ms. Belisari's status was not terminal, and further medical surgical interventions had not been exhausted. That's your finding with respect to 30 on Ms. Belisari, correct?
Correct.
Just want to go through, if we could, Joint Exhibit 1, page 127 to 128. You are aware, are you not, that Dr. Ralston is an ICU doctor?
I am, yes.
And does this appear to be Dr. Ralston's note?
Yes, from May the 1st.
And I want to go to, I'm sorry, that's May 1st
Yes,
is
May
his
the-
note? And the patient passes on the 10th.
Correct.
So 9 days in between.
That's true.
This is Dr. Ralston's note, is it not? Critical care, 42 minutes.
Correct.
He writes, without ventilator or pressors, patient would die. Is that right?
His assessment on May the 1st was without that continued support of pressors and ventilators, the patient would die.
And that's page 128, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then the following day, showing you what's been marked as joint 1, page 145, appears to be by Dr. Fagan. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay. And it looks like when addendum by, does that happen when there's a resident?
Correct. The attending is expected to authorize and authenticate the note and then put her or his supplemental addendum, which is what appears Dr. Fagan did in this case.
And this note appears to be on 5/2, is that correct?
Yes, May the 2nd at 9:40 in the evening.
So we have here, patient is on full life support measures without which she, being Miss Belisari, could not survive.
Yes, that is the statement.
And then, and I'm sorry, but Dr. Fagan, ICU doctor?
Yes, my impression of reading the charts was that he was the ICU doctor supervising the resident.
And then 6 days later, on May 8th, I'm showing you what's been marked as Joint Exhibit 1, page 250 to 251. Does this appear to be a progress note authored by ICU Dr. Moody?
It was authored by Dr. Moody. I don't recall if she was an ICU doctor or a hospitalist, but she did author this note.
Okay. Flipping to page 2 of that, indicates, does it not, that she spent 37 minutes with the family on May 8th?
Correct.
She notes the family expressed to me the fact that Ms. Belisari is a very private and modest woman who had always expressed to them her wishes that she not be on life support.
Yes, that was in Dr. Moody's note.
And if you recall, this was on a Friday. Does that sound familiar?
I don't specifically remember which day of the week it was.
Okay, and then there's discussions right down here that Dr. Moody has about the vent withdrawal, changing the status. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, and that does appear to corroborate that this conversation was on a Friday because they wanted to support her over the weekend.
So in this note, it's Dr. Moody that's having the conversation with the family, and it appears overall it was 37 minutes.
That's correct, from noon to 12:37.
And then I just want to go, if we could, to page 259 of the Belisari records. Do you see this separately with respect to where I've highlighted there is a high suspicion of malignancy? Do you see that?
Yes, I do see that.
Although the final pathology diagnosis is pending. Tell the high suspicion of malignancy is that there was a suspicion that cancer had spread.
A suspicion that she had cancer, malignancy. The word spread would be metastases.
Sorry, so there was a high suspicion that she had cancer.
Yes.
Now, when we talked about pain during dying, you told this jury on direct that those with cancer can often experience pain while dying.
Yes, that's a true statement.
Showing you what's been marked as Joint Exhibit 1, page 278, 279, with respect to Ms. Belisari. Does this, the date appears to be the same day that she passes, is that fair?
Correct, that was May the 10th.
So I want to go to the 10th because we have the notes, do we not, from the doctor of her vent support from the 2nd, the 8th, and I just want to close out with the 10th. Dr. Moody has indicated, has she not, that the patient is on full life support measures, including vasopressor mechanical vent. And then the next sentence says, does it not, without such measures, she would not survive. Do you see that?
Yes, I do see that.
I want to go to a question that you were asked about in your deposition. If we could, and your deposition, when I say that, to orient you, I mean June 21st, 2021. When you were asked about the time someone that's on full vent support would expect to live once the ventilator is turned off. Do you remember those questions?
Correct. There was a series of questions regarding that topic.
And your answer was it not? Well, I would answer that if the patient is fully vent dependent, the vent is withdrawn, then yes, in that patient, if they're completely dependent on gas exchange from the ventilator and the ventilator function of the ventilator driving the tidal volume, then they would not be able to exist more than 4 or 5 minutes without the ventilator.
That's correct. If they're fully vent dependent, that there's only a 4 to 5 minute oxygen reserve in the brain for the human body.
And I think you testified on direct that after 8 minutes later.
That's correct.
Just a couple other things with respect to Ms. Belisari, showing you what's been marked as Joint Exhibit 1, page 127, 313 to 314. Dr. Husel's the one that intubated this patient Belisari, is he not?
That's correct.
And we know that because of this note. Is that correct?
Yes, this appears to be the procedure note.
And so I want to talk about, if we could, one moment. Where's the, yeah. I'm looking for the pitch. One moment, Your Honor, just need an intubation sheet. So I will go to we talked about with respect to Ms. Belisari. Do you remember talking about the paralytics?
Yes, I recall that.
Never mind. I'll withdraw that. I just want to make sure with respect to Dr. Moody's note on the 10th that I showed you that was the day that she passed, that she received a separate note regarding discussions reached during family meeting on 5/18/15. And do you see that the patient is now DNR-CCA?
That is correct. I see that.
And that, again, was a Dr. Moody note?
Yes, that's the Moody note from May 10th.
I want to just go back to something you testified to on direct, showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit Hans 19. If I heard your testimony right, and I just want to make sure, Doctor, that you said that she was not given Dilaudid during her stay at the hospital, that she was given a medicine called Precerex or something to that effect. Help me, if you would.
Precedex?
Yes. Fair to say, showing you her medical administration record.
This is our medication administration record.
Right. I just want to indicate there that on May 1st, she is given Dilaudid. Does that look true?
Yes, there was an order placed for Dilaudid on May 1st.
And looking at a MAR, that this means these medications were actually given.
Correct.
And then on the next page on 5/1, again, there appears to be an administration of Dilaudid.
That's correct.
And then on 4, and this is a infusion, is it not?
Yes, this is an infusion.
And the first one is an infusion too, so it's being the medication on a basis.
That's true. It's infused into the patient through her IV.
And then we have here on 5/4 that she's given another continuous infusion of Dilaudid.
On 5/4, the dose was increased.
The dose is increased from 1 milligram per hour to 2.
Correct.
And that's entered by Dr. Husel and Nurse Springer. Do you see that?
That's correct. The original order was placed by Dr. Husel.
So that's an example of fracture dosing. Increase is needed.
It's an example of incremental titration towards yes.
Increment. And then we have on 5/5, the Dilaudid, and it's changed on 5/5 to the medication that you had testified to on direct. Is that now does that help refresh your recollection, Doctor?
Yeah, so this indicates that the Dilaudid has been stopped. It's gone to 0 in order for the other medication to be initiated.
So she was on Dilaudid while she was at the hospital and not just on the medication that you testified to.
That's correct.
I want to go to Mr. Timmons, if we could. You know what? Sometimes, if we could go back to Mr. Hayes, doctor. Appreciate your letting me toggle back and forth. Defendant's Exhibit RH3. Mr. Hayes, you testified that after you had written your report on Mr. Hayes, you had an opportunity to review the coroner's report.
Yes, that's correct.
And I hate to ask the obvious, but you are not a forensic pathologist.
No, ma'am, I am not.
And on this final report by the Franklin County coroner, the cause of death is listed as what?
The cause of death is hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy, which is synonymous with anoxic encephalopathy.
And the manner of death is marked as an accident?
It is, yes.
And then you've got the due to, and we show the resuscitated cardiopulmonary arrest, and then you've got the acute mix of drugs.
Correct.
Want to talk about those drugs? You remember that Mr. Hayes, the patient that was found in his bathtub by his sister?
That's correct.
And here in the autopsy report where it notes how injury occurred, it says what?
It says
Sorry.
Consumed carfentanil, fentanyl, morphine, and ethanol.
Then I want to go back to the toxicology that you testified to. You recall, I presume, that Mr. Hayes' stay in Mount Carmel West was April 2nd to April 4th.
Yes, that is correct.
And so then April 2nd would have been the day that he arrived at Mount Carmel West.
Exactly.
You were asked questions about the blood draw that was done. Fair to say this blood draw, as you now have come to understand the medical records, was done as soon as he arrived at Mount Carmel West.
Yes, it was obtained in the emergency room, apparently.
So this captures the drugs that he had in his system upon arrival.
Correct.
Your testimony about ethanol it's just noted there as point 110. You would agree with me, would you not, that norfentanyl is a metabolite of fentanyl,
That's correct.
but carfentanil is actually something distinctly different?
Yes, it's another semi-synthetic narcotic. It's a similar structure, but even more powerful than fentanyl.
Since you mentioned its power comparison, do you happen to know that carfentanil is 100 times more potent than fentanyl?
That is correct, yes. Usually it's not used in human medicine. It's primarily reserved in veterinary medicine for things such as elephants and zoos because it's so powerful.
It's like a tranquilizer.
Yes, exactly.
So in this individual, if we could go up here, we have a positive for carfentanil.
Correct.
And also we have a positive up here for what other drugs?
There was a positive for morphine, and then there was also a positive for naloxone, which is the reversal agent. And then it said positive for nicotine and cocaine.
And cocaine as well, is that right?
Yes, it was positive for cocaine. Again, they didn't appear to quantify that. They just indicated positive. I'm sorry, I take that back. Not cocaine. Maybe it was flipping so quickly. I think it was codeine, which is the metabolite of nicotine. So nicotine and codeine.
So he's got carfentanil, morphine, some nicotine.
Correct. And alcohol.
And alcohol, and then he has fentanyl in his system.
That's correct.
And so when he arrives, if we could go back to how the injury occurred, those are the same drugs that are listed, are they not, as to the forensic pathologist findings as to what he had consumed?
That's correct.
Carfentanil, fentanyl, morphine, and ethanol.
That's true.
And actually, if you know, carfentanil isn't even allowed for use in humans, medically speaking.
Exactly. It has no use within the hospital or in humans.
Now, Mr. Timmons, thank you for just want to, your findings with respect to Ms. Timmons on 34, that his status was not yet terminal and further medical surgical interventions had not been exhausted. Do you see that as one of your findings?
Yes, I do.
Showing you what has been marked as Joint Exhibit 11, page 31 to 32. Does this appear to be a note from Dr. Ralston?
It is, yes.
This note is the day before Mr. passes.
Correct.
Just want to go at the top of that progress note that is authored by Dr. Ralston that notes, does it not, without the ventilator, pressors, or interventional critical care, patient would die or have organ damage. Do you see that note?
Yes, I do see that note.
And then further, it just indicates no family at bedside.
That is true.
Critical time of care that he notes there is over 2 hours that he spent with Mr. Timmons. Does that look right?
That's correct. He spent 2 hours and 1 minute caring for Mr. Timmons.
Then I want to go to what I'm showing you is Joint Exhibit 11, page 10. This is a history and physical done by a doctor upon Mr. Timmons' arrival.
Yes, that's correct. The admitting physician team.
This is on 10/23.
So Dr. Batashi signed it on 10/23. The note was generated by Dr. Sean Kim, who was the senior resident, I believe.
And Dr. Sean Kim's name is right down there. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, that's correct.
Perfect, thank you for that. So, and that's why it says addendum by. So we have a physician overseeing the resident, as you discussed. So notes from, as approved by Dr. Batasti indicate, do they not, that I have seen and examined the patient with Dr. Kim, and that there appeared to have been reviewed the lab data, vital signs, and diagnostic studies. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And LLE is tight, there are no pulses, and poor cap refill.
Correct. LLE is left lower extremity is tight, and there are no pulses or poor capillary refill.
And this is from the leg.
Yes, LLE refers to the left leg.
And then the following note is connected, is it not, where it says he's going to OR urgently for compartment syndrome, remains on pressors for shock.
True.
On CRRT, and
Yes.
if you could tell the jurors what CRRT.
CRT is continuous renal replacement therapy. It's continuous hemodialysis.
Because his kidneys are failing.
That's correct, due to the rhabdomyolysis.
And the note here by Dr. Bastati, assume he approved from Dr. Kim, is high mortality risk.
That's true.
I want to talk about this finding that you made with respect to Mr. Timmons, number 17. What does Halidol do?
Haldol is an antipsychotic that also has some sedative properties to it.
Doctor, would you like to review the MAR or the order set to see if Mr. Timmons was actually ever either ordered or given Halidol?
Yes, I haven't memorized the MAR, so I'd have to look to see whether or not it was given.
Sure, we can come back to it, because I know it'll take you some time. But perhaps at a break, I will, oh, here it is. No, this is, I will give you the MAR so that you can.
They're all in there.
you can review it. Okay?
You just have to flip over and into the right one.
And then I want to just go. I want to go to, I want to go to Mr. Timmons' autopsy report, showing you defendant's exhibit JT3. As you recall, Mr. Timmons was the one that was found in his basement on an overdose. Do you recall that?
That is correct.
And the duration of the time for which he had been unresponsive in his basement, fair to say that was unknown?
That's true. It was documented to be unknown.
There was even a note that it could have been as long as up to 48 hours.
Correct. Based on the severity of his muscle injury, it was believed to be longer than 24 hours.
I want to show you with respect to his MAR, while I wait to circle back on the full MAR. On 10/22, he arrived at Mount Carmel West
Correct.
and just passed on 10/24.
Exactly.
Just want to show you, if we could, we know, or you know, based on your review of the record, that Mr. Timmons had a history of opioid use.
True.
And you also know that based now on the court, the review of the coroner's report,
Prior needle puncture.
and then it also, the coroner's report indicated that there was a note that there had been recent needle use, correct?
Yes, there was also evidence that he had recently injected himself with drugs.
So I just want to, and I ask you these questions with respect to tolerance. He arrives on 10/22. On 10/23, do you see this order for fentanyl here?
I do, yes.
And this order right here is an order for 300 micrograms. This is an infusion order, is it not?
Yes, this is a continuous infusion of fentanyl.
And we know that because it, not only from this down here, but it says continuous infusions up there.
Correct.
The person ordering this,
Dr. Husel?
then this right here, we know later in the day on 10/23, tell us what happens with that fentanyl infusion.
So it appears later in the day that the fentanyl infusion is reduced by 50%. It's essentially cut in half.
And the ordering physician on that?
Well, it's attributing the original order to Dr. Husel, but this occurred during the morning at 10:45, so it would have been a different physician or team that would have triggered the reduction, unless Dr. Husel was still there. But you can see it's still attributing the original order to 8 minutes after midnight.
This is right here.
Correct.
The original order?
Yes.
And so then at some point in the next shift, still getting fentanyl on an infusion base.
That's correct.
And then same, here is now 200?
Yes, at 8 o'clock and at 8:28 in the evening, the dose had been slightly increased from 150 micrograms per hour to 200 micrograms per hour.
And the HR just so it's per hour.
Per hour.
You get that per hour.
Correct.
And when we see, doctor, an order, let's say here at 10:45, and then the order seems to be modified at 20:28, we can presume, can we not, that in those 2 hours in between, that person got the 150 per hour.
Correct, unless there's a specific note in the nursing orders that it's been held because of transferring the patient to test or OR, one could presume that the patient received the medication.
So I asked that because this original order here is like 12:04 a.m.
Correct.
for 300 micrograms an hour.
Yes, that's true.
And then the next time that medication is adjusted is at 10:45.
Correct.
So for approximately 10 hours, Mr. Timmons was receiving 300 micrograms of fentanyl.
Yes, again, at some point he did go to the operating room. I'd have to look back to see the exact time that he went to the operating room, but at least based on what's in the MARS, it would appear that he received the infusion at 300 mics per hour through that period of time until it was cut by 50%.
I think I have the operating room note. I will try to find it. But generally, principle, $300 an hour means you get 100 every hour until either the order is discontinued or it's modified.
Yes, that's a true statement.
So then I'll go to Mr. Timmons, the autopsy done in this case. And like Mr. Hayes, this was an overdose situation as it came into Mount Carmel West, correct?
Yes, I would agree. He wasn't clearly an overdose case.
And cause of death is determined by the Franklin County coroner was what?
Recent cocaine and fentanyl use
And then the manner of death.
as an accident.
I should just turn, if we could, to this page right here, how the injury occurred. The coroner in this case noted used cocaine and fentanyl.
That's correct.
And the word used is appropriate because like with Mr. Hayes, this urine draw was done right when he arrived at Mount Carmel West.
Yes, it correlates with his time in the emergency room, and ante-mortem means while still alive. And again, the date of admission correlates with this draw.
And so just so that the jury is clear, I'll just show up a progress note. He arrived on 10/22, and this urine draw is 10/22.
True.
And so in his urine, positive for fentanyl
Correct.
upon arrival at the hospital, and then positive for nicotine.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Just from smoking a cigarette, like,
Correct.
and then on page 2, it's positive for cocaine.
That's correct.
So let's discount the nicotine. The finding the finding by the urine that when he arrived at Mount Carmel, there was fentanyl and cocaine in the system explains, or at least correlates with the finding that Mr. Timmons had used cocaine and fentanyl.
Yes, it appears that the pathologist and the coroners got that information from the ante-mortem urine specimen.
I think. Did I miss a ketamine finding?
Yes, I did see that when the urine was drawn, they did also detect ketamine in the urine specimen.
Right here.
Correct.
And tell the jurors what ketamine is.
Ketamine is a sister of LSD. It is able to be injected. It's used often in veterinary medicine and also in anesthesia and critical care to either induce anesthesia or to relieve bronchospasm in people that have bad asthma.
But like carfentanil, it's a drug that one would expect to see animals and not with humans.
No, I mean, whereas carfentanil is never used in humans, we use ketamine selectively. It's more often used in veterinary medicine, but anesthesiology and critical care will use it with tremendous caution. But it is a drug of abuse, unfortunately. The last decade, people do abuse it on the street.
And that's showing is positive in addition to the fentanyl and the cocaine
It is, yes,
for Mr. Timmons.
correct.
I'm going to go to Ms. Hodge, if we could. I can't find that in the sheet. 1 second. Oh, just where I left it. Some people have a filing cabinet, Doctor, you know? So I wanted to just go back to, I believe that Ms. Grubb, or I'm sorry, the prosecutor showed you on your direct an order for fentanyl that was ordered and then showed to be administered to Mr. Timmons.
Correct.
And this will help answer 2 questions. You mentioned and this is the anesthesia record,
It is, yes. This is the electronic version of the anesthesia record.
indicating from page 3 or 4, but this does appear to belong to Mr. Timmons.
It does, yes. This, and you can see below that, it's the fasciotomy of his left leg where they took him to open his leg up.
Right, and so I wanted to just, because the time of his surgery, you indicated you just weren't sure. Does this help refresh your recollection as to 12:05, it says surgery start. Do you see that, doctor?
Yes, if you actually go up just a little bit, it'll show that at 11:44, he was transported from the ICU into the OR, and then the surgery started roughly 15 minutes later, as you had mentioned, at 12:05, and then it concluded at 12:41, or I'm sorry, 12:34.
Yes, 12:41. So it looks like the surgery start and surgery stop is about 29 minutes. Does that look right?
Yes, that's exactly correct.
And I mentioned that in relation to my question about the MAR, whether, the fentanyl infusion, how that would be impacted by the surgery time.
Yeah, so looking at this, it does appear that during that period, he was...
And you were shown an order and a MAR that was correlated to the surgical procedure, which had an order of fentanyl for 14,321.2494. Do you remember being shown that documentation?
Correct.
I just wanted to be clear about, this is the anesthesia record and number purports to be there. Do you see that?
Correct. Apparently, the anesthesia team was reading that either off the infusion pump or somewhere else, because obviously one could not receive that much fentanyl in 30 or 40 minutes in the OR. So it looks like they were counting from what was on the pump.
Well, so I want to get to that. Do you agree with me that the next page on the anesthesia record indicates, and we know these medications were administered for the surgery, were they not? The midazolam, the fentanyl, and the propofol?
That's correct.
And those amounts, if you recall, the 3, the 30, and the 550 are all accurate?
Yes.
And not that 14,000 repeats itself there on this anesthesia record as well?
Correct. And then embedded in that black line is a number which I could not read. Again, it's easier when you're actually looking at the electronic record, but there's a number that was embedded in there.
And I just want to say here, the surgery time appears 12:05.
Correct.
And then here, we've got on this record, the fentanyl is 11:44.
True.
And then I want to just go back here to correlate it, that 11:44 is when it appears Mr. Simmons was taken in transport to have that surgery.
Yes, that's accurate.
So these, and that fentanyl, those orders, those administration of that fentanyl was not related to Dr. Husel. You would agree with me on that?
Yes, I would agree. Dr. Husel was not involved in delivering anesthesia to Mr. Timmons.
Let's go to Ms. Hodge. Ms. Hodge was a patient that actually, as she wheeled into the ER, she was having a code, was she not?
Yes, that's correct.
And I just want to go through something that you said on your direct examination with respect to the survival rate of individuals given CPR before they arrive at hospitals. Do you remember that testimony?
Correct.
And then you gave a different number to the jurors about the likelihood of survival when someone gets CPR within a hospital.
True.
Are you familiar with the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine?
I'm not a member. I've heard it referenced.
Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit Hans 23. This article that I'm showing you appears to just be titled Cardiac Survival Rates around 6% for those occurring outside of a hospital. Do you see that?
I see that listed in this paper. I've never seen this document before in my life.
You haven't?
No.
I have provided it to the state, Your Honor. So my question about this is, would it surprise you to know that there was a study done by the National Academy of Science, Engineering, and Medicine that indicated that every year 395 cases of cardiac arrest occur outside of the hospital, so about 400,000.
That number doesn't surprise me. That's consistent with what the American College of Cardiology reports.
And then they further find in their study that less than 6% of that 395,000 survived.
I don't, you'd have to figure out what their marker was for survival. Was it leaving the hospital? Was it surviving 30 days? I don't know that specific study.
And that's certainly lower than the number that you gave, though, when you testified.
Correct. It's not consistent with other data offered by the American Heart Association and American College of Cardiology.
So let's go to Ms. Hodge. Paragraph 29, you, again, kind of a repeating statement, but you've included with Ms. Hodge as well. It appears he, Dr. Husel, did not delineate Ms. Hodge's status. It was not yet terminal, and further medical surgical interventions had not been exhausted. So with respect to that finding, I just want to show you Joint Exhibit 7, page 19 to 21. We know that she arrived on April 1st.
True.
And physician note right here indicates which doctor?
That's Dr. Glucker, who is the emergency room physician that first took care of him.
Dr. Glucker seems to do the physical exam that you talked about in your direct. Does that sound right?
Yes, that is correct. That's documented on this page that you're showing.
And with respect to the cardiovascular findings that he makes, he writes that there are no heart sounds, right?
That's correct. When he listened, he did not appreciate heart sounds in the absence.
And he found femoral present CPR. However, there are no pulses when CPR is not performed. Would you agree that that's his finding?
Yes, I would agree that that's what he found.
Immediately, treatment and medical decision-making. Patient is intubated by myself. See procedure note.
True.
And then he goes on to say what's done there. And then he indicates that the EKG seems to have been done.
That's correct, and had a significant abnormal finding.
I was going to ask you about that. There's a significant abnormal finding on the EKG.
Correct.
BP's blood pressure
Yes, blood pressure.
remained low, and patient was placed on vasopressor.
Correct. Levophed is a vasopressor.
Then, after all that, she has another episode. She codes again.
True.
Another round of CPR was started, but this round is in the hospital.
That's correct.
And what's CXR?
That's chest x-ray.
Confirmed tube placement, but show pulmonary edema versus ARDS.
Correct.
And then this is continuing to be the ER physician note. Patient remained in very critical condition with poor prognosis.
Yes, that was Dr. Gluckert's assessment.
And right above it, severe acidosis, right?
True.
She's getting the bicarb.
She is.
Sure, it is GLUE, GLUE-CKERT. And then just going to Ms. Hodge, that history and physical, this appears to, it says up here, dictated by Genevieve Deichel. Do you see that?
That's D-E-K-I-E-L.
And talks about how the Ms. Hodge had a code while she was at home.
Correct. A witness cardiopulmonary arrest.
And why I asked you about the stats for someone that has CPR outside the hospital is because from the medical note, we know that bystanders that were with her when she had the code, they gave her CPR before she was at Mount Carmel.
Yes, they did.
And then she achieved a pulse, and then pressor started. This is at the hospital, and then again she lost the pulse.
True.
Underwent one round of epinephrine with regain of pulse.
Yes, that's accurate.
Right? And then she lost the pulse again.
Correct. She had developed atrial fibrillation and low blood pressure. The hypotension has to pulse again.
And every time she loses a pulse, you would agree with me that in medical terminology, that's considered a code.
Correct. The loss of a pulse is called a code blue situation.
I'm going to go to page 227 of your deposition. Where you questions about how every time someone has a code, you essentially reanimate them to life. Do you remember testifying as to that?
Yes, that's correct. Every time you initiate basic and advanced life support, you are reanimating their perfusion and thus restoring their life capability.
And then it's page 219 of this deposition. One moment, Your Honor. I will find that quote. Thank you. Which page? Two what? Two seven, sorry. Just one moment, Your Honor. I will find that in just a second. 1 second. Okay. There was a question you were asked, and maybe it's just easiest to ask you this. In your deposition about every time someone codes, isn't it true that their life expectancy decreases?
That's correct. With each subsequent code, I would counsel the family that it becomes less likely that they will have a good long-term prognosis.
So with respect to Ms. Hodge, multiple codes.
Yes, definitely. She had documented multiple code blue events.
And you would agree with me, multiple codes in a short period of time. This is all one day.
Correct. It was all on one day.
I want to talk a little bit about acidosis. I know it's been something that's talked about, showing you Joint Exhibit 7, page 90. With respect to Mrs. Hodge's acidosis level, it's indicated, is it not, as a 6.73?
That is correct. That's what's documented.
And when in the medical field or healthcare profession, with respect to pH levels, there's a high range and a low range, is there not?
That's correct.
And on direct, you were asked questions about this, but fair to say that anything under a 6.8 is considered not sustainable with life.
That's correct. Unless there is a rapidly reversible cause, such as diabetic ketoacidosis, I would agree that it bodes for a very poor prognosis and reflects severe metabolic acidosis.
And we have this measurement on her at 4.1,
Yes, we do.
at 2003.
Correct.
And just as a follow-up, I know you indicated in your report, doctor, that when you talked about my client's notes with respect to Ms. Hodge's extubation, you called it a death note. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
I'm just showing you progress notes with respect to Ms. Hodge. I know that's your characterization of it, doctor, but I want to be clear that death note as a either medical record terminology or as any notation entered by Dr. Husel never appears. The death and note.
In this specific note, no. There were other examples in other patients in which the term death note was included.
And I wrote down that you mentioned it with respect to Ms. Hodge. So while we're here, patient arrived in code, right?
Correct.
Family updated regarding grim prognosis.
True.
And then the note indicates all family members in agreement with DNRCC.
That is what's stated in this note.
And do you see how members is plural?
Yes, the members would imply more than one.
And if you recall from your review of the medical records, Ms. Hodge was fortunate to have quite a large family there with her at bedside, was she not?
Yes, she was.
Moving now to Ms. Mcdonald. Cancer survivor.
Yes, ma'am. She was a ovarian cancer survivor and had been in remission for 3 years before her return of the cancer.
But then we've subsequently learned from the medical records that the cancer returned, did it not?
That's true. She had come out of her remission and now is battling cancer once again.
And then on top of the ovarian cancer, it had metastasized, it had spread.
Yes, her oncology notes infer that she was receiving this aggressive treatment because of the spread of the cancer.
I want to go with respect to Brandy Mcdonald is to your note on 31. Again, same note where it appears that he, Dr. Husel, failed to clearly delineate Ms. McDonald's status was not yet terminal. So just showing you joint exhibit page 18. This is a consult by Dr. Stoycheff.
Correct. Stoycheff.
And if you recall from your review of the records, this, which type of doctor is he?
He was a kidney doctor brought in to consult about her renal failure.
Because her kidneys were failing.
Correct.
And this is his consultation note, joint 5, page 2021. It says, does it not, that the patient is critically ill with severe lactate acidosis.
Yes, that was his opinion.
And we just talked about acidosis and what are severe numbers, right?
True.
The possibilities for this include her liver failure versus metformin toxicity.
Correct.
Right now, she is rapidly getting worse, and I am concerned given her pH is now 6.9.
That's true.
And we had just talked about, with respect to the scale that is used by healthcare providers, 6.8 is not sustainable with life.
Correct.
And then he talks about other measures that he would like to do. And further consultation note says, does it not, severe pH, and now she is in danger of cardiac arrest. Lactic acid rapidly increasing.
Yes, he does indicate that sentence.
Then further on, now we have Dr. Klosser. So a second doctor indicates on 115, the patient is critically ill with impairment of one or more vital organ system, such that there is a high probability of imminent or life-threatening deterioration in the patient's condition.
That's correct. That was his notation.
And Dr. Klosser spends, as he notes, 83 minutes with that patient.
True.
And her cancer was such that she was part of this aggressive experimental treatment, was she not?
Yes, she had enrolled voluntarily in an experimental protocol to try to once again bring her ovarian cancer into remission.
And then I want to show you a note, Joint Exhibit 5, page 46 to 47, with respect to Ms. McDonald. Third doctor, would you agree?
That's correct.
And the notes here, patient is critically ill, poor prognosis.
True.
And this is the doctor, Dr. Chand, on 114, that says they began the discussions with the husband, mother, and father. Do you see that note?
I do see that.
They do not want heroic measures should this patient have a cardiac arrest. Do you see that?
Correct, that's true.
But want us to try all other means, including dialysis, if needed.
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay, and then of course the code status was changed to DNR CCA.
True.
And that note says that, but they're willing to try dialysis if it could work.
That's correct.
And dialysis was tried.
Exactly.
Joint Exhibit 5, page 283. Doctor, you would agree with me that because the family said she doesn't want any more, but maybe we just try dialysis, they did.
That's correct. They gave her a trial of CRRT, but it appeared that she clotted off the filter of the machine, so they had to terminate it. They tried to resume it. They stopped it at where she clotted at 2 p.m. They tried to resume it at 2:40, and then by 2:59, her blood pressure went down, so they stopped it. Because with dialysis, you have to pull the blood out of the patient, so her blood pressure down, and they then stopped the attempt.
So they tried twice with dialysis.
Correct.
But her body just couldn't do it.
It did not appear that she could tolerate it at this time.
Your Honor, I can finish up this patient and take a break if you'd like. I only have maybe 1 or 2 more minutes. It's up to you.
Okay.
Just showing the witness.
We're a little ahead of time, but it's probably a good time.
Oh, I'm not finished with it, but
Yeah, go ahead and finish up this particular patient. And
thank you. And then just want to take this off. Just want to show that this is the discharge summary, and this appears to be Dr. Shand, right?
Correct, he was the hospitalist.
And he was the one that we saw that had previously seen her when she first arrived.
Correct.
And just want to go to his note down here that the patient continued to decline, requiring high pressors. So that's vasopressors, right?
That's true.
And was in fulminant hepatic failure.
Correct.
Tell the jurors what that means.
So hepatic failure means that her liver was failing, and fulminant means that it appeared that it was trending towards end stage.
And that's why they tried that dialysis twice.
Yes, that, and because she appeared to have metformin toxicity, which was a medicine she was taking for diabetes, but that can cause acidosis.
And one last thing with respect to Ms. Mcdonald. She was on 2 different vasopressors, was she not?
That's correct.
And I'm showing you Joint Exhibit 5, 296 to 297. This is her systolic blood pressure.
Correct. That's the upper number, the systolic blood pressure.
And do you see, as of 1/14/2151, do you see what number it is there?
Yes, at 9:51 in the evening, her upper number was 42.
And this was before she was extubated, is that correct?
Correct.
And if you could just generally see the trend, doctor.
She had a downward trend.
And it starts, does it not, at 14:06, it's 116.
Correct. At 2:06 in the afternoon, and then it trended downwards.
And then it's so low that it gets to a 42, and then do you see how it gets to a 40?
That's correct.
Tell the jurors, if you could, what is not sustainable with life with respect to systolic blood pressure?
Usually a sustained systolic blood pressure below 65 would not be consistent with a patient being able to sustain life.
And I just want to show you the back page that on this side, so we have 42, so she's got 42 over 28. Does that look right, doctor?
Correct. The diastolic blood pressure, the lower number, was at 9:51, was 28.
And what's a normal person's?
A normal person's is between 70 and 85, so this is quite low.
We're at the not sustainable with life phase here, aren't we, doctor?
Correct. If this were to continue, it would certainly pose a threat to her life imminently.
Your Honor, we can break if you like.
Okay, sounds like a good idea. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 minutes. I don't know about you, but I'm warm, so
All right.
it's getting a little toasty in this wool. Okay, have a great break, 15 minutes. Doctor, remember the admonition, go have your break, get out of this hot room. Okay. First things first, Ms. Grab, anything for the record?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Menashe.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, when we were in conference earlier, we talked Did she bring down those other two?
That's all I have on them. They're on their way back up.
Okay. What were they doing? Collecting? Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're probably upstairs.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue on 1 second. Can you see what's the problem with the mirror? So you can try to get free. What we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, I've opened up the doors out there. I'm trying to get a breeze through here. So David's going to be opening this back up. If we have any disruption in the hallway or anything, we're going to be forced to close it down, but I'm trying to do something. I can't find Dan to get an answer why the sauna's in place today. But, okay, Mr. Nash, sorry about that. Doctor, you're still under oath. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, I'll turn, if we could, to patient Miss Schertzinger. Just want to go to your finding with respect to number 16, where you talked about the paralytics that Ms. Schertzinger had been given, and you listed 2 paralytics there. It's now your testimony that actually those were the paralytics that Ms. Penix was given, not Ms. Schertzinger. Is that correct?
That was an incorrect statement. That should be deleted from my report.
And so then I know that you have this next finding about the paralytics and the pain or discomfort. So I want to go over something that you testified to.
Your Honor, I'd like to interpose an objection because the testimony is that he misnamed the paralytics.
No, I'm getting, yeah, sorry to cut off, but I'm,
Ms. Schertzinger was on paralytics. It was just a different paralytic.
yes.
And so to cross all that out.
I'm sorry, as the jury will see, Your Honor, I certainly did not cross it all out. I just crossed out right to there, the Becheronium, which I think, Doctor, is where you stop with your information that's incorrect. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's a true statement.
Because inaccurately, you told the jury that she was actually given the paralytic of, I won't even try, Doctor.
It's succinylcholine.
Succinylcholine. And at the break, fair to say that I had approached you with defendant's exhibit Hans 22.
That's correct.
And just so that I would give you an opportunity to review, this showing you, does this look familiar as to what you reviewed?
Yes, this is the package insert distributed with the drug for succinylcholine.
And I realize that we've used the term packet insert without a full explanation, but you just gave one. With the drug comes this insert that talks about the purpose of the drug and all things related to the drug.
Correct. It comes from the manufacturer and is published both in the physician's desk reference and is distributed with the medication for available review by the pharmacists, the doctors, and the nurses.
So, and this is why I bring it to your attention. If I could go to the highlighted portion of defendant's exhibit Hans 22, right here, Doctor, do you see this adult section that's highlighted?
Yes, I do see that.
And before I ask you about that, as a matter of practice, you testified on direct that when someone is intubated, it's good practice to give them a paralytic so that the tube can be put down their throat. Is that fair to say?
So it is correct. In order to intubate them, it is standard practice to administer paralytics.
And so I want to ask you about this highlighted section in this insert to this paralytic. Indicates, does it not, neurological blockage develops in about 1 minute. Does that look accurate?
Yes, that looks accurate.
So if someone is given this paralytic, within a minute, it can take effect on my neuromuscular system.
Correct. As soon as 1 minute.
Maximum blockage may persist for 2 minutes. Do you see where it says?
Yes, that's true in the average patient.
And then in the average patient, adult patient, after which recovery takes place within 4 to 6 minutes. Do you see that?
I do see that. However, there is certainly a major proviso in critically ill patients and those that have a genetic deficiency, because what goes on later to be described in this package insert is that the drug is actually broken down by pseudocholinesterase. And if you don't inherit the gene from your mother or father, then this drug acts like a long-acting neuromuscular blockade and will create a phase 2 block. Also, when you're critically ill, the liver doesn't make pseudocholinesterase. So again, it would act like a long-term neuromuscular blocker.
Okay, no indication in the record that you reviewed that this patient had this gene that you just talked about. Would you agree with me on that?
I would agree there was no testing done to determine whether or not she had pseudocholinesterase deficiency.
So, and I just go back to the packet insert, takes effect into a minute, maximum 2 minutes, and then recovery means that it peaks, right, 1 to 2, and then 4 to 6 tapers off. Is that a fair way to say that?
That's correct. The block begins to rescind and the patient begins to have some element of movement.
And then showing you the code sheet for this patient. And when I say this patient, I mean Ms. Schertzinger. Does that appear to be a code sheet that belongs to that patient?
It is, yes. This is the code sheet that was included in the medical record.
And if we could see the individual who intubated her, it appears to be Dr. Husel.
It does, yes.
And the time of the intubation is 21:50.
Correct, which is 9:50 in the evening.
So while your report was inaccurate about the named paralytics given, I just want to be clear that Dr. Husel gave Ms. Schertzinger a paralytic when he intubated her.
Yes, that's correct. I don't believe it's listed on the code sheet. I think that was in a separate note.
It is, and I think it was in the MAR. Does that sound like where it might be?
Yeah, it's usually there and in the procedure note.
But you know, and that would make sense, right? Here she's, I'm sorry, it appears right here, it says PT intubated.
Yes, patient intubated PT.
And then she's put on vasopressors.
Correct.
And I want to just go over here so the jury can understand. She's at 21:56. She's got a 70 heart rate. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then at 21:58, it drops to a 68.
Correct.
And what happens when it drops?
So when the heart rate, here the heart rate, it's only a minor drop, but they did administer the epinephrine because she remained in PEA, as you see in the column next to it, which is pulseless electrical activity.
And that's at 2200. Did you see that?
Correct.
And then we have this where it comes, the heart rate comes up to 74, the last note here.
Yes, you're correct. And right next to that, it says ROSC, which is return of spontaneous circulation. Her heart started to squeeze again and pump blood.
And so as a result of this intubation, it went successfully and the life-saving measure worked here.
That's correct.
And just again, so the jury understands, when you talk about in your report the paralytic that was given to Ms. Schertzinger by Dr. Husel, or in the record at all that day, this is the one paralytic that's given with respect to this intubation.
Yes, correct. It should, my report should have read succinylcholine and not Nimbex and Vecuronium.
And then just so we can be clear, if you remember, the intubation time was 21:50.
Correct.
Fair to say that the extubation time was 23:24.
Correct.
And then I just want to go through, if we could, again, you know, the finding that I've highlighted on most every report with respect to the documentation as to the patient not being terminal prior to Dr. Husel seeing the patient, and that things, medical surgical interventions had not been exhausted. Showing you what's been marked as Joint Exhibit 3, page 92 to 94. This appears to be a progress note from, would you agree it's a cardiologist?
Yes, Dr. Hackett was the cardiologist that saw Ms. Schertzinger on October the 8th.
And she comes in on the 2nd, and the 9th is when she expires.
True.
On the 8th, he indicates, and I say he because it's Kevin, I presume, but they indicate that the patient goes in and out of atrial fibrillation.
Correct, yes, she did.
And the sodium is improving. Do you see this?
Yes, she was more alert and starting to feel better, and her sodium was improving.
Okay, and then I just turn to the next page, right? And this next page, these are the progress notes. Sorry if I just went in order here. But this, I think, is the progress note for 10/7. Would you agree? So this is the day before.
I thought that was the progress note for the 8th, wasn't it? It was the continuation. I think what he's saying there is the weight was from the 7th. It says weight today, the 8th,
yes.
and underneath that yesterday. So this was actually his progress note from the 8th of October.
Okay, thank you. And then the assessment is noted as her progress is poor, and so long-term risk of amiodarone is not a concern. What does that mean?
Yes, so amiodarone is a drug that we use for atrial and ventricular tachycardia. It is very effective, but if given for more than a year, it has to be carefully monitored because it can poison the thyroid or the lung. But in his assessment, since he felt that she probably had 6 months to a year to live, that it wouldn't be a long-term problem in using it in her to control the atrial fibrillation.
Okay, doctor, I appreciate that you said that he found that she had 6 months to a year to live.
Well, that's the implication of the amiodarone issue.
And that's certainly, you would agree with me, and you've reviewed these medical records, that no one in Ms. Schertzinger's file indicates that she would have lived for 6 months to a year. I understand that's your testimony.
Well, what I'm saying is the implication from this sentence, because the concern of amiodarone occurs after 1 year, so it would imply that he believed that she would live less than a year.
Okay, so then let's go on and let's look at the next Joint Exhibit 3, page 531. This is on 10/9, is it not?
Correct.
And this was really my point about showing you the 10/8 note and the 10/9 note, is it's true, is it not, that in an ICU, change quickly.
Yes, the potential exists for rapid change in the patient's vital signs.
So I take you here to the systolic and the diastolic blood pressure as of 10/9 of 2235. Do you see that it's at a 38/21?
Yes, at 10:35 in the evening, her blood pressure had dropped dramatically within 4 minutes because just 4 minutes earlier, it was very stable.
So that, just 4 minutes, boom, dropped. And then this is a different doctor. This is Dr. Abraham, who was the attending physician and wrote the discharge summary. Does that sound familiar?
True.
On Ms. Schertzinger?
Correct.
And with respect to the discharge summary, it indicates that she was intubated and transferred to the ICU.
That's correct.
And then we have an HGB of 7.7,
Yes, HGB means hemoglobin, and that was a 7.7 grams,
and that's a 4 GR drop.
a 4-gram drop.
And she was on 3 vasopressors.
True.
Despite all measures, shock did not improve, and the family decided to stop all aggressive resources. Do you see that?
Yes, I do see that.
Then, with respect to, we covered the paralytic. Let's go to Bonnie Austin. I didn't hear, doctor, in any time that you testified about Bonnie Austin, that she had an external pacemaker. Do you remember mentioning that during your direct?
I don't believe that I was asked about that, but yes, I think an external pacemaker was placed because she came in receiving CPR, so they externally paced her.
And as I understand it, external pacemaker, and tell me if I'm wrong, but it's opposed to internal, which we had talked about before, and external kind of zaps you to stimulate the heart. Is that how it works?
One pad is put over where the heart is on the front, and one pad is put on the back. And so electrical stimulation can be conducted through the chest, which would stimulate the heart to beat.
Okay, so I guess in terms of your testimony with respect to Ms. Alston, and this is why I asked it, I remember you saying, quote, there was dynamic variability with her heart rate. Do you remember testifying to that on direct?
Correct.
So I'm showing you Joint Exhibit 10, page 11. This appears to be a code sheet for Ms. Austin. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And I'm just curious in terms of the dynamic variability and her heart rate. She has an external pacemaker.
Actually, yes, she had what's called transcutaneous, which means through the skin, and it was set, I mean, she measured at 41, at 8:31. You can see where it says next to Brady, 41, and then they decided to pace her at 70 beats per minute.
And so, I trust you would tell me if I'm wrong, but right here on her own, at 20:31, on 9/30/18, her heart rate's at 41.
Correct.
Surgeon beginning to place the chest tube right up here.
That's right.
She's having a code, and then her heart rate on her own is a 41. And then at 20:47, they began pacing her heart with the external pacemaker, right?
That's true.
You would expect, and you have reviewed the medical records in this case, that once someone has an external pacemaker and they begin pacing, that the pacemaker and the rate that it's set at is thereafter the heart rate.
So the patient can go above that heart rate, but when you pace it at 70, that means you've established the lowest that you allow the patient. It sets the floor to which the patient cannot go lower.
Because if I'm right, if your heart were to be below 70, the pacemaker kicks in.
Correct.
So then, I ask you that because of your testimony about the dynamic variability, and you would agree with me that as indicated by this code sheet, there isn't variability. She had a 41, and then they gave her that external pacemaker.
Yeah, so Mike, when you mentioned dynamic variability, it means that she was capturing once the electronic pacemaker was turned on, because some patients won't capture, so there was variability between the 41 and the 70.
And this patient was, Miss Austin was on a ventilator.
She was.
I should have asked you this, doctor, but every one of these 14 patients that you are here to testify to today were on a ventilator and were palliatively, there was a terminal vent withdrawal.
That's a true statement.
And so with respect to Bonnie Austin and the general language that I've referred to repeatedly about Austin's status was not yet terminal and further medical and surgical interventions had not been exhausted. Just want to show you Joint Exhibit 10, page 18 to 19. Does that appear to be an ER note from Dr. Gentile?
Yes, Dr. Gentile was the emergency room physician that initially responded to her cardiac arrest when she arrived.
And Dr. Gentile's note under constitutional says, as I've highlighted there, critically ill patient, does it not?
That's correct.
And then the progress note here on 10-1 from the nursing note says patient brought to ICU at 21:47 after losing pulse 5 different times. Do you see that?
Yes, that's a correct statement.
And this is Miss Austin.
It is Miss Austin.
Just series of codes quickly for Miss Austin. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And this note is from Nurse Ebrow.
Yes.
And then, so we have the Dr. Gentile, and then we have here Dr. Tom Brady, physical and history and physical. Do you see that, doctor?
I do see that.
And the date on that is, it's one of these resident reviews, is it not?
No, that's actually incorrect. What happened was that the patient was seen by his physician assistant, and then before he could come in to see the patient expired. So then he added an addendum to the PA note.
And so this is the addendum right here?
Correct.
Okay, where she was having agonal respirations and had no acylated heart count?
Auscultated.
Okay, and then going on to, this is Dr. Brady's, and at the bottom it says history of present illness. It notes that the family has decided to withdraw care. Do you see that?
Yes, that was actually the entry of PA Alverna Hesbo. If you look right above your finger there, she authored that entry.
And so I just want to go quickly, if we can, and not because it doesn't warrant time, but we've got COPD on Miss Austin.
Yes.
Chronic respiratory failure.
Correct.
And the respiratory failure means which organ?
The lung.
Hypertension, where does hypertension is?
That's high blood pressure.
And then we've got stage 4 chronic kidney disease.
Yes, her kidneys were about to fail.
So we've got lungs, heart, high cholesterol, is that right?
High blood pressure.
High blood pressure and kidneys,
Correct.
chronic kidney disease. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then a chest tube is put into her, and then you testified on direct the complication that takes place when the groin line is put into her. I'm sorry.
Well, simply, they were unable to get her to our line. There was the other patient, I believe Ms. Schertzinger, who had the hematoma, but Ms. Austin, they just couldn't access.
Oh, I'm sorry. So let's look at that. Yes. So a right groin central line was attempted to be placed, but ultimately was unsuccessful.
Correct.
So they couldn't do that.
They tried, but they couldn't get into the vein to put the catheter in.
And then we've got just this, the history and physical note, joint 10, page 15. This is the note, again, with Ms. Hess-Bugh, B-U-G-H.
I think it's Bow. It was
Bow. That just indicates, and you would agree with me that those words are quoted there when talking about the family indicated that Ms. Austin, quote, would not want to live like this, end quote.
Yes, physician assistant Bow did put that statement in quotes.
And then right here, doesn't it say critical care, managing care,
It does, yes.
discussed care, and plan to withdraw care?
That's what PA Bow wrote in her note.
You'd agree with me that nowhere does it say that Dr. Husel initiated that conversation.
Correct. There's no mention of Dr. Husel in PA Bow's entry.
And with respect to Ms. Austin, I know she was on vasopressors. She had that external heart rate, or the pacer.
Correct.
And she was on the vent. I just want to go here to her systolic and diastolic blood pressure, 9/30/2018 at 23:30. Where is she there?
There she had a significant drop in the systolic. The diastolic had already been low.
And this is the diastolic column, as you testified, had already been somewhat low, but this is a significant drop, the 109 to a 64, is it not?
Yes, that's a true statement.
And this is while she's still on a vent.
Correct.
Fentanyl peak time. I know we talked about the paralytic, and I kind of did this visual, but fentanyl peaks 5 minutes. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, the commonly accepted belief is that fentanyl will peak within the body, particularly the brain, within 5 to 10 minutes.
So if I get a push, an IV push of fentanyl, from when the push is done, science seems to support that 5 minutes is its potential peak, and then it starts to come down after that.
Yes, we call that the arm-brain circulation time. So in a patient with normal heart function, from the time I injected in the arm, it would take at least 5 minutes minimum to have peak effect, and it could be as long as 10. Of course, if the heart is injured, it would take a longer time because it would take longer to pump it to the brain.
So I want to just go to Defendant's Exhibit 10, page 106. And Ms. Austin is a 600 microgram fentanyl order and administration, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
This is the MAR, so this is when the medication was actually given.
Correct. When it reflects when the order was put and then when the actual medication was given by the nurse.
And the time there is 23:22. You see that?
Yes, that's correct.
On 9:30.
True.
And then if we go here, we go to 9:30, 23:30. So this is 8 minutes later.
Correct.
Do you see that?
Yes.
And what's her respiratory rate?
It is 16 down from 26.
She's still breathing at 16 breaths per minute.
That's correct.
8 minutes later.
Correct.
And you would agree with me that Miss Austin had been seen by, in her 5-day stay, I'm sorry. Oh, actually, even in her short time at Mount Carmel, she had been seen by Dr. Brady, Dr. Gentile, Nurse Ebrow. There was other physicians and nurses that had attended to that patient.
I would respectfully disagree with you. Dr. Brady specifically noted that he was unable to examine the patient while she was alive because the terminal withdrawal had occurred before he could get to the bedside.
And that's a good point you make, because he says here that patient was seen and independently examined by Alvaro Hess
Correct.
Boo. And so I should have asked you, it's true that instead of Dr. Brady, that Alvaro Hess Boo had seen this patient?
Yes, that is correct.
And according to the notes, examined independently.
That's correct. She examined him without Dr. Brady present, or she
And-
examined Miss Austin without Dr. Brady being present.
And that note indicates here she was actively dying. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, can you point? Oh, yes, I see that.
We'll go now to Ms. Burke. Same thing with respect to Ms. Burke. I've actually highlighted a couple indications here. Number 6, at no time during the 113 hospitalization was her condition determined to be terminal,
Correct.
and that respiratory interventions had not been determined to be futile. And then going back down here, you indicate that there were further medical and surgical interventions that could have or should have been done for Ms. Burke. Is that, and this is your report as to Ms. Burke, correct?
It is, yes, ma'am.
And then you go on to do that, to iterate what you iterate in every report, which is it appears he failed to delineate that her status was not yet terminal and other things could have been done. Okay. Want to just go through Joint Exhibit 6, page 10 through 13. This is Dr. Klosser again, is it not?
That is correct.
And this patient was a 73-year-old female.
She was, yes.
I've highlighted here, if you see, that Dr. Klosser indicated there was a mass effect with evidence of early herniation. Neurosurgery was consulted and notified by the ER doc. Do you see that?
I do see that.
The ER doc spoke to Dr. Monkaman, directly felt there was no indication for surgical intervention. Do you see that?
I do see that.
The patient became hypertensive and was started on propofol.
True.
Okay, so then we go to the next page. 73-year-old with devastating ICH while on Xarelto. What's ICH, doctor?
That stands for intracranial hemorrhage, blood in the head.
So Miss Burke has a brain bleed, does she not?
That's right. She was on blood thinners and she developed a brain bleed from that.
She has evidence of increased intracranial pressure and is herniating. The bleed will be fatal even with the most aggressive care. Do you see that consultation note from Dr. Klosser?
I do, and just above where you have, they made mention on the CT, early uncal and transcensoral herniation. Those, of course, are herniations that are not necessarily fatal.
Can you start that over?
I'm sorry.
And slow down just a little bit.
Certainly. I apologize. What I was saying is that the entry there was above it, early uncal and transcensoral herniation changes noted. And I was just making reference that those are not necessarily fatal.
But she has a lot of brain bleeding going on, doesn't she, doctor?
She did have significant brain bleeding and there was significant swelling in the left side of her brain.
And that swelling creates incredible pressure, doesn't it?
Correct. In the adult, the skull is fixed, so it can't swell outward. So this is consistent with concerns about the pressure that Dr. Klosser mentioned.
And when I'm bleeding out like that, if I have a brain bleed, can you vasopressors? Can you give me vasopressors?
Yes, if the bleed is consistent with the blood thinner, by reversing the blood thinners, you can then support cerebral perfusion pressure with titrating vasopressors.
So let's go on to the next note. Again, this is Dr. Klosser. The patient is critically ill with impairment of one or more vital organ. So now it's not just the brain though, right, doctor?
Correct, because at that point now she was intubated, so the lung is now also impaired because she's on the ventilator.
So now we have two different organs at issue here, right? Critically ill, such that there is a high probability of imminent or life-threatening deterioration in the patient's condition. And then Dr. Klosser indicates that 33 minutes of critical care time were spent independent of procedures. Do you see that word procedures?
That's correct.
Full vent support. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And again, we talked earlier about when someone is on full vent support and there is a terminal ventilator withdrawal, 4 to 5 minutes is what you testified to in your deposition.
That's correct.
And then these comments, this is the progress note. Dr. Klosser again. I showed them the image of the CT head and explained the findings. Do you see that?
Yes, I do see that.
So that's not Dr. Husel.
That is not Dr. Husel.
And then Dr. Klosser explains he went on to very small chance if she were to survive, the potential of complete neurological recovery is essentially, and what word does he put there?
He puts nil, which means that it would be essentially to return to her baseline would be 0, that she has a small chance of survival, but she would have a significant deficit.
I emphasize to them the massiveness of the stroke will ultimately lead to brainstem herniation, which will cause her to go into cardiac arrest, leading to further neurological damage. Do you see that note?
I do see that note.
And that note is again by Dr. Klosser, correct?
Yes, correct, which I think served as the premise for him to make her DNR CCA.
And so then you know from your review of the records that he's the one that initiated that conversation.
That's a true statement.
And then I just show you Joint Exhibit 6, page 21. This appears to be Dr. Poulantinas. Do you see that?
Correct.
And with respect to this, I show you this because of your finding or your conclusion that there was other measures that could have been done for Ms. Burke. I wanted to make sure that you saw this note from Dr. Poulantinas. Down here, X-ray shows the tube, and then it goes on, does it not? And the highlighted line says, I spoke to neurological consultation who states there are no interventions for this particular bleed on this particular agent. Do you see that?
Yeah, what this note refers to is that she was not a candidate to open the skull and go into the brain because the bleed was in the brain itself, so it would have caused more damage with her having been on the blood thinners. So she wasn't saying you couldn't do anything, just in terms of actual neurosurgery, she would not have been a candidate.
Couldn't drain the bleed, right?
Correct.
That was a surgical measure that was not available to Ms. Burke.
That's what this note infers.
And then again, a second doctor, in addition to Dr. Klosser, Dr. Poulantinas, counseled the family that this bleeding is life-threatening and there is a very grim prognosis.
Yes, that's true.
And then ICU is aware, CIC is aware. Who's CIC?
Well, it says the patient will be admitted to the ICU, comma, and then CIC stands for Columbus Internal, I forget what the third term, but it's basically the hospitalist group that's here in Columbus that staffed Mount Carmel West.
And I asked you that because that's the Columbus Inpatient Care, isn't it?
Correct, Columbus Inpatient Care, which is the hospitalist group.
And they staffed and were the attending physicians for a number of these doctors.
They were, yes.
Then I go to Frances Burke, Joint Exhibit 6, page 121. I just want to show you, it's a 2 pages I'd like to show you. This right here at 113/1916, her systolic and diastolic BP, 231/59. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And that's 1916.
Correct, 7:16 p.m.
Oops. Where's my page 2? Oh, here it is. Sorry. Notified Dr. Husel that the blood pressure was 68/43. And that time is 23:03.
Yes, that's 11:03 p.m.
So 4 hours later, the systolic, the blood pressure's gone from 231/59 to 68/43.
Correct, because with the initiation and the brain bleed, she developed a high blood pressure to try to pump more blood to the brain, to try to salvage the brain. And then there was a recommendation for nicardipine, which lowers blood pressure because obviously you don't want continued bleeding. And then she did swing the other way and develop low blood pressure.
That kind of drop, you would agree, shows the sign that the brain is significantly hemorrhaging.
It may show that. Usually it will tamponade itself off because of what we discussed earlier, but it certainly shows that there's more swelling in the brain.
Okay, well, let's talk about this. Do you see that this decline right here?
Yes, correct, because they were concerned about the hypertensive response, so the therapeutic approach would be to try to lower the blood pressure to avoid further pressure on the area of the bleeding.
And this note indicates that Dr. Husel was notified.
And right where the arrow is, it specifically says Cardine GTT and Propofol GTT, which were the medicines used to lower the blood pressure. They had turned off because the pressure dropped.
And then I just want to make sure that we're clear here that Dr. Husel at this point in time, according to the nurse's notes, bless you, wanted to continue to monitor, right?
That's correct.
Let's talk about Troy Allison. Troy Allison for cardiac arrest.
Correct.
And I know we talked about earlier, but every time someone has a code, so that's true for any person, it shortens their life expectancy, does it not?
Statistically, if you look at it with each code, it reduces the chance that they're going to survive.
So Troy Allison, and just again, the 30, the finding that you make there about Mr. Allison's status was not yet terminal and interventions had not been exhausted. Just want to go to Joint Exhibit 9, page 18 to 20. This is a physician note from Dr. Woodard. Do you see that?
I do see that. He was one of the ER physicians at Mount Carmel West.
And this long history that Dr. Woodard dictated, and I know the jury's been seen this a number of times, but you would agree, doctor, that this details the codes that Mr. Allison experienced.
That's correct.
It talks about stop breathing and then pulse regain and then CPR had to be administered, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, and it also indicates that Dr. Woodard was the physician who put the breathing tube into Mr. Timmons.
And here where it's highlighted, his pH is a 6.5.
Correct.
And then,
With a blood sugar of 875.
yes, and I think I was going to get to that. I think it's somewhere in the record. Doesn't it even say it gets to 899?
Correct.
And actually, that's right down here, doctor. Do you see that?
I do.
My finger is. So it's at 899. That's what's normal, so the jury.
Normal is 70 to 110.
And then this is Dr. Woodard's note. The patient was eventually transferred to the unit, but the patient was in severe critical condition. Do you see that note?
I do, yes.
And then we've got this presumed in terms of consent, right? Life-threatening condition, presumed
correct.
due to emergent life-threatening condition. And then here we've got this class 4 marked, incapacitating systemic disease.
Correct, but Dr. Woodard did not check class 5, which means the patient's terminal, so he still held out hope that the patient could survive.
Sure, so let's go on now, because that's Dr. Woodard. Let's go to Dr. Patel. Patient discussed with resident. Patient with complicated history presented to hospital as a cardiac arrest. Do you see Dr. Patel's note, poor prognosis? Do you see that? And then it goes on,
I do see that, but then he goes on to say that he didn't see the patient because the patient had already been withdrawn upon. So it's kind of inconsistent that he could opine about the prognosis when he hadn't actually physically laid eyes on the patient.
okay, I'm not quite there yet. This is his discharge summary, you would agree?
I would agree.
And you talked about how the attending physician, the importance of the discharge summary, you talked about that in your direct examination, right?
True.
Okay, that's why I wanted to go over the discharge summary. And just that it note, patient died prior to being seen as per family's request to withdraw care. You see that Dr. Patel indicates that note there.
I do, yes. Dr. Patel added that to Dr. Gandhi's note.
And then I wanted to make sure that, just to verify the pH with respect to Mr. Allison, it is in fact 6.533. Do you see that?
It is, yes. On July 14th, and it indicates to the right there the time that it was collected at 11:35. It was in fact 6.533.
And 6.8 is that measure of not sustainable.
Correct, unless there was immediate action to reverse that.
And I know we've just talked about conversations and your testimony about was it premature for Dr. Husel to have conversations with families. We now know after your testimony on direct and your cross-examination that it's fair to say that a number of people other than Dr. Husel actually had withdrawal conversations with these family members.
That's a true statement.
And sometimes in addition to other doctors, whether it's Dr. Moody or Dr. Ralston, that there's also spiritual care notes about conversations that spiritual care providers had with the family as well, correct?
I did see entries by spiritual care or chaplain services about discussions.
And I just want to show you the note on Troy Allison. Does this, the spiritual care note, does this look like a note that you would have reviewed during the course of your work in this case?
Yes, I am familiar with this note. It was written by Cassandra Wilson.
And this note in particular, it indicates with respect to the family time, 150 minutes.
That's correct.
And here, patient's condition did not stabilize. Do you see where it says team informed the family that patient could not survive?
Yes, I do see that in Ms. Wilson's note. But again, she had a major mistake above that, which is I was finally stable enough to receive a CAT scan. Obviously, Ms. Wilson didn't get a CAT scan. She was talking about Mr. Allison.
No, but I think Ms. Wilson would agree with you that she clearly meant to put
Yes.
Mr. Allison, right?
Correct.
Was not stable enough to have a CAT scan, and we know that that's accurate from the records.
I would agree.
And then was moved, and then he didn't stabilize, and then she goes on to say family opted to withdraw the vent support, knowing the patient did not wish to be on life support. Do you see that spiritual care note?
I do see that spiritual care note.
And in each and every patient's medical files was the spiritual care notes if they were applicable, or if there was a spiritual care person there, right?
That's correct. If one was present, they would counsel and provide grief support for the family.
Circling back, at the break, doctor, did I have an opportunity to show you the MARS from patient Timmons?
You did, yes.
And just to refresh the jury, there was a statement in your findings that Dr. Husel had given Mr. Timmons Halidol that would have been inappropriate. Do you remember that being in your report?
I do remember that in the report.
And did you have an opportunity to review Mr. Timmons' medication administration record?
I did, yes. I looked in the break through there, and there was no indication of the Haldol, so that should be deleted from my report.
I want to go to Ms. Penix. This is in your report, page 14. I just want to make sure that we clarify this, because this indicates here Dr. Husel also ordered Halidol, right?
Correct.
And would serve to deeply sedate the patient. Do you see how you, and then you actually even put page 308.
Correct.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as Joint Exhibit 14, page 308. Do you see this order for Melissa Penix?
Yes, I see the order.
Okay. And so actually, isn't it true that the Halidol was ordered on the day shift? And it was actually Dr. Husel that discontinued the Halidol.
That is correct, yes. What was confusing was when you look on the fourth line, it says ordering physician, Dr. Husel, and then the administration. But if you look deeper, then it talks about the discontinuation.
And doctor, you can imagine why, or can you? Why I would ask about the Halidol is because you include it in your report as something that would further sedate a patient. And here we are talking about palliative, right, Fentanyl drugs, right?
That's correct.
But so now we know in the Timmons case, you were incorrect that he gave Halidol.
That's correct.
And now we also know that you were incorrect that he gave Ms. Penix Halidol.
Correct. It appears that the Halidol order actually was placed on the day shift.
And he stopped it.
That's correct.
With respect to Ms. Penix, were you given any information about the home medication that she had taken from 2007 to 2017?
No, I have not seen her outpatient medical records.
So I want to go with respect, and the state only gave you her records from her last admission?
That's correct. I believe I only saw the last admission to Mount Carmel West.
And is that true of all 14 patients?
No, for the Bonnie Austin case and the Millette case, I was provided additional records by civil counsel, but not by the state.
But you know from Ms. Penix's file review that prior to her last admission to Mount Carmel West, that she had received significant amount of medical care.
Yes, that's correct.
So again, I highlight here that her status was not yet terminal and further medical or surgical interventions had not been exhausted.
Yes, that's the statement I put in the report.
So on this, I'm just going to show you Joint Exhibit 14. We've got, in terms of medical things that could have been done for Ms. Penix, she had a CT chest. Is that right, the exam?
That's correct. She had a CT of the chest without injection of IV contrast.
And the results of that was that she had multifocal pneumonia involving all lobes of both lungs.
Correct.
So she had pneumonia in both lungs.
That's a true statement.
And it was worse in the right.
Correct.
With effusions. What does that mean?
Effusion means that there was fluid between the lung and the chest wall itself developing in that area that usually in a healthy patient would only have a small amount of lubrication.
And this is on the 16th, and she passed away 4 days later on the 20th, right?
True.
On the 18th, showing you Joint Exhibit 14, page 681. Do you see this note right here about 11:18? Worsening dyspnea and desaturation into 80s. She's placed on a BiPAP. I'm not sure we've seen BiPAP before, but doctor, that's where I would have a mask on for my oxygen.
Correct. BiPAP is non-invasive, so you get a face mask, almost like the jet fighter pilots wear, with a strap around the head, and then it increases the pressure to drive the oxygen into the lung.
And we know at this point in time that she has pneumonia in both of those lungs.
Yes, that had already been diagnosed.
Right. And so
That had already been diagnosed.
and then I've highlighted here, patient desats to 50s quickly when removed. So if she takes the mask off, her breaths per minute drops to 50. Is that right?
No, it's not referring to the breast. It refers to the amount of saturation in the blood on the pulse oximeter of the finger.
Okay, so then I guess still the same though. She takes the mask off that's providing her with oxygen, right?
Yeah, if she takes the mask off, the amount of oxygen in her blood drops.
It drops. So then let's go to this note. This is by her attending physician, Dr. Wadicki. Does that name look familiar with you?
Yes, Dr. Wojtka was one of the hospitalists that admitted this patient.
Okay. And showing you Joint Exhibit 14, page 73 to 74. And this is the second doctor that's seen her, or no, I'm sorry, this doctor right up here is also noted. But
Dr. Battini.
yes. So I'm just going to go here, 7:20, right? So 2 days later, after that last note we saw about the BiPAP, cannot eat because she desaturates quickly. So you would agree with me, doctor, at that point, she can't take the mask off because it so quickly impacts her. She can't even take it off to eat.
Yes, that is correct.
And then on that same day, she gets intubated on 11.
Because she didn't respond to the adjustable positive pressure or the BiPAP, it was decided that she would need to be intubated and ventilated until the antibiotics could bring the pneumonia under control.
And so that was my next question, is that then she gets intubated, does she not?
Exactly.
And I'll show. Showing you a progress note from Dr. Klosser. And again, do you recall, Dr. Klosser's in the ICU, correct?
Yes, Dr. Klosser was a pulmonologist that worked in Mount Carmel West and also worked in the intensive care unit.
So this is 11:20, the same day that she's intubated, right?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that he says this is an addendum to the resident note. So he independently sees this patient.
Correct.
Acute respiratory failure. Ventilator support with airvo. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Likely going to be needed to intubate it. And this is again 11:20. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And then he indicates, he being Dr. Klosser, looks rough this evening and fire to requirements are up.
Correct.
I didn't remember you mentioning on direct, but in addition to the pneumonia, she had MRSA, right?
Yes, specifically, not that she had it in addition, but MRSA was causing the pneumonia and needing the antibiotic.
And I mean, MRSA can be on its own a fairly serious condition, can it not?
Yes, if MRSA is in the lung, that requires prolonged antibiotics to destroy and kill the MRSA.
And then she also has a COPD exacerbation noted there.
That's correct.
Ron, do you want me to take a break or no?
I just soon drive on. What do you guys think? You okay? Anybody need a break? I'll drive on.
One more.
I don't know if that door helped, but it seems to.
I opened up the courtrooms.
Okay.
Do you remember on direct, you talked about the order of the Nimbics with respect to Ms. Penix?
Correct.
Showing you what's been marked as Joint Exhibit 14, page 323. I just wanted to be clear about what the records actually indicate with respect to the order for the Nimbics. Fair to say that the order is actually entered by Dr. Husel on 2107. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
And it actually was ordered by Dr. Husel as an infusion, or I'm sorry, as an infusion, wasn't it?
Correct.
And then actually, the pharmacist, Greg White, and we know pharmacists based on this right here, right,
That's true.
modified the order, right?
Correct.
Modified and said, not an infusion, it should be a bolus.
That's correct.
And the difference with an infusion, it would have been titrated over time.
Correct.
And a bolus is like a push.
That's right, it is a push.
So based on your experience and training, this is an example of what can happen in a hospital when a doctor puts in an order and then it's reviewed by a pharmacist, right?
Correct.
And then the pharmacist, presumably based on their experience and training, modifies an order
That's correct.
and then changes it.
True.
And I know we kind of began with some questions about Ms. Penix, so I certainly won't re-ask those, but I do just want to make sure that we understand in terms of her comprehensive issues, is that it wasn't just the pneumonia in her lungs, correct? She also had acute kidney injury, did she not?
Yes, she had abnormal kidney function.
And then with respect to her pH, she had...
Hey guys, hope everybody's doing good this afternoon.
Yes, that's my recollection.
Looks like we're still dragging on with Saggy Chow guy.
We talked much about, but her lactate was at an 8, wasn't it?
That's correct, it was elevated.
And what is on a lactate scale, what is not life-sustaining and normal? First, what's not sustainable for life?
So a lactate above 20 is not, if it's sustained, is not consistent with life. Whereas normal lactate is usually 1 to 2. With exercise, it may go up. We worry about sepsis if lactate's greater than 4. When lactate is 8 or greater, it needs aggressive critical care intervention. And as I said, once it gets consistently above 20, that's usually a sign that it's inconsistent with life.
And she had a lactate of 8.
That's correct. It was significant. It needed to be addressed.
And then she also had those aortic valve issues, did she not? She had the stenosis of her valve?
Correct. She had valvular pathology within the heart itself.
And do I recall that she wasn't healthy enough to have that valve replaced?
Correct. Because there was suspicion of MRSA, you couldn't change the valve until you eradicated the infection, because if we were to put a new valve in a patient that has MRSA, the MRSA would attach to the valve and destroy it. So she was not in a position on this hospitalization that a valve replacement could be undertaken.
And we need a valve is critical to the heart functioning correctly.
Yes, you need adequate valve function in order to pump the blood through it.
Now, lastly, I'm going to turn, that was just, the jurors will not like me when I said lastly, but I have 2 more. I say with a smile. James Allen. This note actually I highlight because 13, you indicate despite the multiple code blue events, there was no evidence to suggest that his cardiopulmonary function had progressed to terminal. That's number 13 on your findings. And then with respect to Mr. Allen, you make that same note that you make with respect to all the other patients.
Correct.
So I just want to go, Dr. Mahoney, showing you Joint Exhibit 8, page 3. Here, unfortunately, Mr. Allen was critically ill with severe systolic heart failure prior to this. He is on maximal support, and we have explained to his family are doing really can for him. Unfortunately, I'm afraid he will not survive this episode. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And just so Dr. Mahoney is in what part of the hospital, if you know?
Dr. Mahoney is a critical care doctor. Of course, this note itself, you can see, was written by Dr. Gandhi, the resident.
So we've got another situation where a resident writes it and then it looks as if it's reviewed by someone else, or by the
attending.
The attending. Does that look fair, doctor?
That is fair.
And then it goes on, patient is critically ill with dysfunction of one or more organ systems.
True.
Specifically, he is in acute hypoxic respiratory failure and requires mechanical ventilation. Without this, he would suffer life-threatening decompensation. Do you see that? And then the chief complaint is septic shock.
That's correct, I do see that.
And then a second doctor with respect to James Allen, I'm showing you Joint Exhibit 8, page 17 to 19. We know Dr. Ralston is an ICU physician, is that correct?
He is, yes.
And Dr. Ralston's on 5/25, and do you see that the patient passed away on 5/28?
I do see that.
I just want to make sure that we go to Dr. Ralston, so different doctor, plan. I did discuss with his son outside the room. I'm very concerned about his limited reserve, given his multiple medical issues and limited pulmonary performance. Do you see that?
I see that.
I did talk with his son that if it becomes a hopeless situation, then it would be my burden to come talk to him as well. You see that?
I do see that, yes.
Because, Doctor, fair to say that having a conversation with a loved one or family member, in your experience, is never pleasant. Having a conversation that your loved one might not know.
I would agree. We always take that extremely seriously because we know in that patient and that family's life, this is really a major event in the progression of the treatment plan.
And would you agree with me that delivering that news is probably never easy?
Correct. It's always a somber event.
And when you're at a hospital, particularly in a setting where that kind of conversation is taking place, wouldn't you agree that that's just a stressful situation?
Yes, it always is a stressful situation.
And so he says in his note that if he had to have the conversation, it would be his burden.
Correct. He is indicating that if the situation eventually becomes hopeless, that he would accept the burden to go back and talk to the son.
And so then I just note that with respect to Mr. Allen, we had the lungs and the heart in terms of the organ system failure.
That is correct. He had both heart and lung failure.
And then showing you with respect to Mr. Allen, Joint Exhibit 8, 5/28 is 16/16. The 90 and the 12. Tell the jurors what is the significance of those numbers?
So if you look above, it says capital F, little I, capital O2. That's the amount of oxygen coming into the lung. And 100 means 100% oxygen, which is the highest it can get. And then the second entry at 416 is down to 90%.
And so,
then,
no.
I was going to, and then where you see capital P, capital E, capital E, capital P, that stands for positive end expiratory pressure. And that's the amount of pressure when a patient exhales that the machine will put on the lungs, almost as if when you blow up a balloon and you pinch the end of the balloon, you keep the balloon partially distended so the next time you try to blow it up, it's easier to inflate it. That's what the ventilator does to try to make it easier with each breath for the patient to breathe.
And so you agree with me that this means it's 100% right here?
Yes, 100.00 is 100%.
100% vent dependent.
No, that's not the same thing. What it means is that he required 100% oxygen. Vent dependence has to do with the proportional amount of how many breaths he has to take versus the machine.
Okay, so then the 100 and the 90 that I have highlighted, what's the significance of the number 90?
90 means that they were beginning to work down the amount of oxygen from the highest amount, 100, down to 90, bleeding 10% atmospheric air.
So then, that's his direct charting flow sheet. And then I just want to go to Joint Exhibit 8, page 248. Because there's been a lot of discussions about the premature nature of the conversations about comfort care. And as we know from reviewing these records, that actually Dr. Ralston, I believe, had started the conversation with the son, letting the son know the critical nature of Mr. Allen. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, I would agree that in that note from several days before, Dr. Ralston had begun the process to talk about if things got worse, what might happen.
And then we've got this from a nurse, this progress note that indicates that the family proceeded to call me to the bedside voicing concerns for withdrawal of care. Do you see that note?
I do see.
And the note indicates that Dr. Husel was then called.
Correct.
And I bring this note to your attention because this note is an illustration, is it not, that sometimes when the family members are gathered and have been in the ICU for days, that they approach the medical staff and say, it's time.
That can happen, yes.
And the note indicates that that seems to have been what happened in Mr. Allen's case.
According to Nurse Deemer, he indicates that he initiated the phone call to Dr. Husel to bring Dr. Husel to the bedside to talk to the family.
I'm sorry, and I just want to make sure that the call to Dr. Husel follows the family proceeded to call me, the nurse, to bedside voicing concerns.
Yes, that's what's indicated in the note.
And then lastly, Ms. Walls. This is one thing that I want to ask you about. You talked a lot in your reports and on your direct examination about this critical care management of at least 72 to 96 hours.
Correct.
You would agree with me that there are a significant number of patients in this case that were in the hospital in Mount Carmel West for more than 72 or 96 hours.
Yes, I would agree with that statement.
In fact, Rebecca Walls was there from 11:13 to 11:19.
That's correct.
And the only shifts that Dr. Husel worked were the nighttime shift at the ICU.
True.
And do you know he didn't work 7 days a week?
That's correct. I wouldn't, again, I didn't see his work schedule, but again, some ICUs do have that. My ICU, we work 7 days a week. Others do not, so it's variable.
And I just want to go to what your findings with respect to Ms. Walls, which it's that similar paragraph I talked about in the other patients, that there were other things, medical or surgical procedures that could have been done for her, and that there wasn't a consensus as to her terminal condition. We've got Joint Exhibit 13, page 83. Again, this is a Dr. Klosser note, is it not?
It is, yes, on the 18th.
Worse again today, acute respiratory failure.
Correct.
And then, this is a continuation of Dr. Klosser's note, Joint Exhibit 13, page 85. Do you see where it says consult palliative care?
Yes, Dr. Klosser included that in his note.
Poor prognosis.
He did state that.
She has severe valve disease and too ill to fix it.
Correct.
So when we talk about procedures or medical interventions, she has valve disease, but they can't fix her valve because she's just too sick.
At that moment in time, she couldn't be taken for the TAVR valve. She would have had to stabilize from the underlying processes prior to taking her to the interventional lab for a TAVR.
And then Dr. Klosser, not Dr. Husel, writes that note, I don't think she's going to survive.
That was his opinion on that day on the 18th.
And then we go on to critical ill, but certainly he writes right in there as a freestanding sentence that he doesn't think she's going to survive. Does he not?
You're referring to the second sentence? Or?
I don't think she's going to survive.
Yes, and what you underlined, I do see that.
Okay. Then there's a high probability of imminent or life-threatening deterioration. Do you see that?
Correct.
And this is for Rebecca Walls.
It was.
And then in addition to Dr. Cosser, she was seen by a nephrologist, was she not?
She was, yes, because she did have underlying kidney dysfunction.
So we've got here Dr. O'Reilly seeing her,
Yes, he was an attending at Mount Carmel West from the kidney service.
and his notes indicated here worsening dyspnea
Correct, which means worsening shortness of breath.
and found to have severe aortic valve disease for which the TAVR considered, right?
Correct.
And then we know that the TAVR was not able to be pursued.
Yes, at that point, they could not proceed with the TAVR, even though the workup had begun.
And so this is the second doctor, is Dr. O'Reilly. He writes, does he not? She remains vent pressure dependent on levo, so on up to 34 vasos 0.04. So fair to say for her biometrics, she's maxed out on vasopressors.
Well, yes, as far as the amount of levofed or vasopressin you could give, these would be relative maximal doses. If you had to add, you'd have to go to a third or a fourth to supplement that.
And now increasing lactate, and he writes ominous sign.
Correct. Since the lactate was trending upwards, that would be seen as a poor sign. One would need to change the course of the treatment.
And then, because there's, again, just been this issue, and that was two separate doctors other than Dr. Husel.
Yes, that's correct.
Joint Exhibit 13, page 935. We have a note here, do we not, that the nurse spoke with the medical POA, power of attorney?
Correct. POA does stand for the power of attorney.
And in this nursing note, it's quoted, is it not? Rebecca told me that she never wanted to be on machines or resuscitated, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes, Nurse Blair, who authored this note, was apparently quoting the power of attorney as to what Rebecca had discussed with her prior to an admission.
And doctor, you know, do you not, just through your experience, that there are people, I won't put a number to it, that before they get sick, they articulate to those that they love, I don't want to ever be on the bed.
Yes, that is true. You do have patients come to the hospital who've had that discussion with either family or with powers of attorney, so that, particularly in the elderly, that others know what their wishes are.
And there is also documents, a living will, for instance, that an individual that feels that way could execute so that the document would speak for them. Let's say the ambulance was called to their house and they were unresponsive.
Yes, it is always wise to put one's wishes into a legal format so that that can be brought to an emergency room hospital. So you not only have to go by what the family or power of attorney has to say, but you actually have written documentation. That's not always available, but it is certainly a recommended option.
And then I just want to go back to this note that Dr. Husel and the chaplain were notified. It seems as if the nurse did that notification.
Yes, the way this entry reads is that Nurse Blair then notified Dr. Husel and concomitantly or at the same time notified the chaplain.
I know the issue of tolerance has been discussed, and so I just want to talk about Rebecca Walls with respect to it. Does this look like a MAR for her?
It is, yes. This is part of the continuous infusion section of her MARS.
And the date of which she passes is the 19th.
It was, yes.
And this looks to be, this MAR begins, just as an example, on the 16th. Does that seem fair, doctor?
It does seem fair.
So you would agree with me that on 11/16th, she begins to get infusions of fentanyl.
That is correct.
And this right here is an order for Dr. Hagris?
Correct.
And then the 100 micrograms per hour is Dr. Hagris?
That is correct. Dr. Saad Hegris was the one who entered the order for the increase in the dose.
And again, we know that if it's 100 micrograms per hour and it's 8 hours before that order is modified, that would be 800 micrograms of fentanyl that I would have received.
Yes, if it were infused over that period of 8 hours, 100 times 8 would be the total amount, 800.
And so we have here 617. It looks as if at 1101 it was increased to 150 micrograms per hour.
Yes, that's correct. It looks like the action order was at 1101.
I'm sorry, 1101, yes. And then here at 1133, it's modified to 100 micrograms per hour on the 17th, so the next day.
So essentially the next day it's been brought back down to 100 mics per hour.
And then on the 1118,
It stopped.
it stopped altogether.
Correct.
Right? And we know that the date she passes is 1119.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I have about 15 more minutes. Like me just to keep going? Okay.
I'm here all day.
Okay, all right, me too. I just want to kind of circle back now and talk more globally about the 14 patients, if we can. Well, let's just talk about the pH, and we'll just go through them, each patient quickly, and I won't restate the chart because we know the levels. But we've got Troy Allison, Defendant's Exhibit 9, page 70, 6.533.
I see that.
Jeremiah Hodge, Defendant's Exhibit 7, page 90, 6.73.
Correct.
Defendant's Exhibit 5, page 243. Brandy McDonald, 6.932.
That's true.
James Timmons, Defendant's Exhibit 11, page 324, 6.95.
I see that.
Beverly Schertzinger, Defendant's Exhibit 3, page 390, 6.96. Would you agree with me, doctor?
That's correct.
And then Danny Millette, Defendant's Exhibit 4, page 191, 696.
That's true.
And then Ms. Penix, Defendant's Exhibit 14, page 357, 697.
Yes, I see that.
And then I have all the code sheets marked, but I will, in the interest of time, because we haven't just hit on the codes with respect, but Danny Millette, doctor, would you agree, whether it's 3 or 6 codes, it's somewhere in between 3 to 6 codes?
Yes, he had 3 major codes, some of which there was a break and then return. So you could, the way you, depending on how one would count it, he could have had as many as 6.
And then Bonnie Austin had 5 codes?
Correct.
Troy Allison had 4 codes.
True.
Jeremiah Hodge had 4 codes.
That's correct.
James Timmons had 3 codes.
That is my recollection.
Sandra Castle, 2.
True.
Ryan Hayes, James Allen, and Beverly Schertzinger had 1 code.
Correct.
And then with the issue of those that were on full life support. So those that had both mechanical ventilation and vasopressors. Instead of reading the list of the 12 patients, you would agree with me that 12 of the 14 were both on the vent and had vasopressors.
Yes, that's correct. That they had what would be described as cardiopulmonary resuscitation with both ventilator and vasopressor infusions.
Now, Francis Burke was on the ventilator but did not have vasopressors.
True.
And that's why I asked you, that is again, just to remember, and I don't mean this out of disrespect, but she's the woman with the brain bleed.
Correct.
There was a note in the file, though, was there not, that because of the hemorrhaging in the brain, the decision was made not to put her on vasopressors? Do you remember that?
I do.
So she had the brain, and for fear they could make the brain noticeably worse, she was not put on vasopressor.
That's correct.
And we had Sandra Castle was on the mechanical ventilator, but not on vasopressors.
True.
And she's one of our day shift extubations.
That's correct.
I noticed, and I understand the focus of your work in this case, doctor, but I noticed that in your report, just generally didn't list all the things that Dr. Husel did that helped save these patients' lives before the decision was made for the terminal vent withdrawal. Would you agree with me that your report didn't include those things?
I would agree that that was not the focus of my report to include every intervention, but I would acknowledge that certainly on at least a few of the patients, Dr. Husel had intubated the patients or provided other services such as line insertion and orders for the patients. So I'm not minimizing that involvement in their care.
And I remember, and tell me if you do, like in the Belisari case, Albert Belisari actually walked to the nursing station to advise of the family's decision to withdraw care. And just an hour prior, Dr. Husel had been ordering IV bags. Do you remember that?
That is,
How would this witness know what Mr. Belisari did?
My question goes.
Okay. Do you have, from review of medical records, did you see anything in there about Mr. Belisari?
I did not see anything, nor did I get a deposition regarding Mr. Belisari.
Okay.
Let
You
me-
want to rephrase your question
Sure.
then?
Let me get to the note. Well then let me just ask you this. You know at the time of which Ms. Belisari was extubated, correct?
That's correct.
And you know from the review of the medical administration record then that approximately an hour before she was extubated, Dr. Husel was ordering things that were medications that were helpful to her.
I'd have to look at the more specific orders, but there were orders placed prior to that period of time.
Is that prior to?
Prior to that time.
I know that you were asked in your deposition, and you certainly talked on your direct examination about the doctrine of double effect.
That's correct.
You mentioned you're familiar with UpToDate.
I am.
UpToDate is a resource that is very widely known and used in the healthcare industry.
Yes, that's correct. It's an electronic form of medical knowledge that you can access both in hospitals and at medical schools to see what the latest information is on various topics.
Showing you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit Hans 24. Do you recognize this as it indicates it's up to date?
Yes, this is the format in which UpToDate would show up on our computers if we access it.
And this is actually a document that you were shown during the deposition. Is that right, doctor?
That is correct.
Ethical issues in palliative care. I want to direct your attention, if I could, to how UpToDate defines the doctrine of double effect. I don't know how to get rid of the purple dots, but
You have to hit the clear button on the
you're
bottom.
joining us today.
Well, when people touch screens or they touch the areas, it happens.
Nope, I'm making it worse.
Okay, all right. Well, David, not to the rescue.
Okay, sorry. I'm down here, right?
So,
Yeah, down the
That's
bottom
right. Okay.
and hit clear.
Which one's clear? Is this it, you think?
sure. Oh, I don't.
Say X.
This?
Oh, it's an X.
Okay, I didn't want to push it.
No, me
Okay.
either. Okay. So the doctrine of double effect, as defined by UpToDate, would you agree that the doctrine of double effects, it says, helps to reconcile that while an action may have more than one result, both an intended and an unintended outcome, it is still ethically justified as long as the intended benefit significantly outweighs the unintended harm. Would you agree that it says that sentence?
Yes, I would agree that accurately reflects that sentence.
And then it goes on to say it being up to date. For example, giving pain medication to a dying person is justified, even if a foreseen but unintended consequence is that death is hastened. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
And this version of up to date appears, does it not, to be June of 2021?
Yes, it's June 19th of 2021.
And Dr. Ju, this has not been updated since then, right? There's not an updated version since June of 2021 that you know
I
of?
haven't looked to see if it is updated, so I'm not aware.
So then let me go to this page. Again, up to date, would you agree?
Correct.
Pain management at end of life, up to date. And up to date is a resource that is available to those in healthcare that they use or that you use in your course of practice. Would you agree with me?
That is correct. I use it both for practice and for teaching in the medical school.
You may. David? Okay.
I want to be clear, and certainly up to date. I showed you this as up to date is a resource for healthcare providers. Is that fair to say?
That's true.
And it is not a law book.
Correct, it is not.
But it is something, and certainly you testified in your deposition that you have access to as a healthcare provider.
Yes, I do.
That you can go to it and review it, and where you find applicable and appropriate, you can integrate it into your practice.
Yes, I would agree with that statement.
Because it is a trusted resource, at least in the industry.
Correct. Not every entry is obviously always accurate, but in total, it is a trusted resource.
Sure, and wouldn't you agree with me that everything is up to interpretation?
Correct. In medicine, where science changes regularly, it does require some art of medicine or interpretation.
So I wanted to clear up that I wasn't trying to say that this is the law. I just was asking you about what up-to-date says with respect to doctrine of double effect.
Yes.
Okay. And then, secondly, with respect to the pain management and end of life, it up to date indicates, does it not, that sometimes in terminal illness, pain can go untreated or poorly treated. Is that fair? It's a fair summary of what it says.
Yes, the author of this article in Up to Date does make that statement.
And the author of the article in Up to Date then continues, do they not, and just says aggressive pain control at the end of life may be justified by the doctrine of double effect, which holds that medication intended to achieve pain relief is justified, even if it hastens death. Do you see that?
I do see that, but of course, again, that has to be balanced with the earlier statement that there has to be a proportionality. It can't just be that you give it irrespective of the outcome of the events.
Well, there has to be a good intention, right?
Correct. There has to be the appropriate intention, and the benefits must significantly, to use the author's words, outweigh the risks of the action.
You would agree that DNRCC, when that decision is made by family or next of kin, that the focus is no longer in treating the symptoms of the underlying organ failures or disease, right?
Yes, by definition, if a family and or a healthcare surrogate decides to transition to DNR comfort care, then our primary focus is no longer to try to cure the underlying disease.
And the focus then shifts from that, from treating the symptoms and the disease and the multi-organ system failures, and it transfers to providing comfort.
So I would agree that it provides symptom management in general, as well as providing comfort care. So you still control the symptoms, you just don't try to cure the underlying disease.
And that's the focus, right, of comfort care, just as you described.
Yes, symptom management and achieving as best as one can the comfort of the patient while reassuring the family.
And we talked about that when determining the appropriate pain medication, medications to dose in a palliative extubation situation, it's not just pain. You also have to at least take into account that you're not doctor any kind of mental anxiety that the patient might suffer.
Yes, certainly that's the portion of the administration of the sedatives that would be aimed at controlling the anxiety or the agitation.
And then, of course, in situations where people are fortunate to have the love and support of family members, then there's also the extra layer of the family members that are witnessing this event.
Yes, that would be a secondary aspect of the analysis.
I forgot to ask you a question, but, well, you're not a lawyer, you don't have a JD.
No, I've not attended law school, nor do I profess to be a lawyer.
I forgot to ask you a question with respect to that, the rigidness you talked about that can happen with paralytics. You
Yes,
remember that?
stiff chest syndrome, also known as wooden chest syndrome.
Isn't there a setting on the vent that if I am experiencing stiff chest, that the vent actually alerts, the machine alerts?
So it is true that the ventilator has a high pressure alarm, that if the pressure goes up dramatically, it will give both an audible and a visual cue on the ventilator to indicate there's a problem. Unfortunately, in stiff chest syndrome, the chest and the lungs become so stiff, and even the upper airway can be involved, that you may not be able to get any air into the lung. So in that case, the alarm would not necessarily trigger.
But there is an alarm.
Yes, the ventilator has a fail-safe system to try to indicate to the doctors and nurses when there is a problem with the machine itself. That's true.
And then it is something, it's possible to visually observe that as well, is it not?
Correct. In stiff chest syndrome, the chest will not move. Even if you're squeezing the bag vigorously, essentially the chest becomes as stiff as a board. So then you will not see normal chest rise or fall.
And so ostensibly a nurse or attending physician or anyone at bedside, even a family member, if stiff chest was happening, it is something that could have been visualized.
Yes, if the person knew what to look for, again, certainly most families would have no understanding of what stiff chest syndrome was. In fact, most nurses don't even know what it is. It would really be an anesthesiologist or critical care physician who would know what that phenomenon was.
And I just want to, lastly, Doctor, I think I went through all those records and just kind of want to summarize that we, in your review of these 14 patients, we saw progress notes from Dr. Mahoney,
True.
Dr. Dellinger,
Correct.
Dr. Clauser,
That is also a true statement.
Dr. Varghese, Dr. Iapin, is that right?
Correct.
Dr. Vashanini, Vacchianni.
I agree with that statement.
And in the ICU, Dr. Ralston,
Correct.
Dr. Fagan,
True.
Dr. Moody.
Correct.
We had the resident and the attending note from Dr. Battisti with Dr. Kim,
Correct.
Dr. Gluper,
True.
Deichel,
Correct.
Dr. Stychuk,
True.
Chan, Dr. Chand and Dr. Hackett,
Correct.
Dr. Abraham,
True.
Dr. Gentile,
Correct.
Dr. Brady, Hess, Boo, I think part of that critical care team.
Yes, Brady was the attending, and Hess-Bow was the physician's assistant that first saw Miss Austin, I believe.
And then Dr. Brady just reviewed Ball's note.
Correct.
And then we had Wooten and Dr. Wooten.
That's correct.
Dr. Puntalinas,
True.
Dr. Patel,
Correct.
Dr. Gandhi, and Dr. O'Reilly.
Yes, Dr. Gandhi was a resident that wrote notes, and Dr. Riley was the kidney doctor.
Nephrologist, would you agree with me on that?
Yes, a kidney doctor is in fact a nephrologist. Just many people don't know what that term means.
And I know it seems clear, but I want to ask it so that it's on the record. During all of the events that you testified to today, with respect to any of these patients, you were not present for any of this.
That's correct. I do not have privileges at Mount Carmel West, nor do I have an Ohio State medical license, so I was not present at the time these patients were being cared for.
And can I assume that you actually never went to Mount Carmel West?
Correct. I've never stepped foot on the campus of Mount Carmel West.
Nothing further. Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Ms. Grubb?
Nobody can step foot on the campus of Mount Carmel West. It got bulldozed.
45 minutes.
Do you want to ask if they're, I mean, we can get going at it, but so many come back from here.
Huh?
I don't want to, I'm doing it late.
You said an hour and 45 or 45 minutes? Ladies and gentlemen, I always promised you 5 o'clock. If we go a little longer today, is that going to cause anybody any problems? We'll take 10 minutes and then get into this witness done. Does that work for everybody? No head action down at this end. Does that work for you? Okay. Let's take 10 minutes. Everybody get a restroom break and we'll try to finish them up today.
Hey guys, hi Jules, hi Road Dog, hi Cameron, hey 4M, Gabby, Critter, Matthew, Hellcat, Parallax, and anybody else who's here right now. I actually got to listen to a good portion of that driving around. You guys are talking about shitting out coffee beans. Jesus. Yes, civets pooping out coffee beans makes them taste better, apparently. Hey, Road Dog. I don't know if you guys saw my comment earlier. I typed when I was at a stoplight, but yeah, this doctor keeps backtracking any further. He's going to be doing the moonwalk. I know yesterday some people were thinking, oh my gosh, this guy was devastating. But once again, as soon as the defense comes up, what happens? It starts backtracking hard. So, I'm still in the camp of Husel didn't do anything wrong. It just may be awkward or different. I just thought I'd mention that and poke my head into since I kind of need to do that. Why won't this thing work? Oh well, I can't get it to work. Screw it. That's it. Guys, Nick Ricada was sick last night, by the way. I guess hanging out with Vito will do that to you. But no, he was sick, and that's no fun for anybody. So he wanted to reschedule, and we'll work that out. I haven't heard back from him. I assume he's probably still under the weather. So don't worry. When that date comes, I'll let you guys know. I just wanted him to, why I brought it up yesterday was because he had already discussed it. So I felt then fine to bring it up. But I'll let you guys know whenever that day comes. So what are you guys thinking so far? It looks like Jules is saying not guilty. I ain't nutting yet. Are you guys nutting or eating coffee beans? Like one or the other? So this is not a Shiza-friendly channel. I think that Matthew. Here's the thing, though. The way the judgment of acquittal in Ohio, it's called a Rule 29 motion. You have to view the evidence in the most favorable light to the non-moving party, so the state, and you have to show that could a reasonable jury make a presumption that there's enough, things here to convict. And actually, I'll bring that up real quick. Because here's this thing so you can see what exactly it is. And I know we already covered it once, but we'll cover it again since we got a couple of minutes. Also, I'm still pissed I got to use law and crimes. I couldn't get here we go. Share screen, Chrome tab. Yes, so here we go. If the evidence is insufficient to sustain a conviction for the offenses, and that's part A, the court may not reserve a ruling on a judgment acquittal made at the close of the state's case. So the judge will have to make a decision right then and there, and he'll probably deny it. Okay. And then you can see here that judge can reserve after the defense is rested. There's another Rule 29 motion. He can reserve judgment at that point and let the jury decide. He can let the jury decide what happens, or leave it alone. Even after the jury returns a verdict, you can ask again. So there's like 3 bites of the apple you get to have here. After the verdict or discharge of a jury, so they can still bring it up, and you don't have to make the motion prior to it. You can wait till the very end, and you don't waive that right. And you view the light most favorable to the defense. Could a reasonable jury sustain a conviction? Maybe. Well, Cameron, I mean, I don't. It's the hospital was, as people in the Army say, fucked up like a football bat or hockey cleats, or hockey cleats or baseball skates. They were junk. Everything was wrong in that hospital, and then they go after the big guy. No, I will go back to look for that. But yeah, I just wanted to pop in and tell you guys what I was thinking, where I think we are with stuff, and yeah, just kind of where I thought it's going to end up. I still think it's going to. I still think there's going to be problems for the state. I mean, I hope the judge tosses it, but you never know. I did want to tell you guys, we cannot use the local news feed because the state of Ohio, the governor is doing the state of the state address today, wasting our fucking time. So we had to use Law and Crime for part of this afternoon. I don't want to use them anymore, so we can switch back over. But yeah, Matthew, I know you may not have been the only one thinking about it, but I just wanted to bring it up. It's Rule 29 on the Ohio Rules of Criminal Procedure. You can actually Google it, and there'll be a clickable link from the Supreme Court of Ohio. And if you read it, you can reread it on your own, and then if you want to do a little research on it, it's not the most elaborate situation, but yeah, I think generally speaking, if you met the probable cause threshold in a case, there's enough the judge will probably let it go on. And, could a reasonable jury convict this person? Is there enough probable cause? Yes. I mean, there is. People are dead and they're claiming he did it. I'd be surprised. Now, some of the counts maybe, I think like the brain dead people, and then some of these other ones where it's like there's questions about whether or not the family said, we want you to kill this person, we want you to palliatively care for him. So yeah, out of this 14, I think we might be down to a handful of counts. But remember, in Ohio, murder is 15 to life, minimum 15 years in prison, with eligibility for parole after that. So even if he defeats, of the 14, he defeats 13 to 14, he still gets convicted. He's doing 15 years in prison, mandatory. So I think we'll end up with maybe less than 10 counts to the jury. Yeah, and well, he was told to ignore that because they're trying to, once again, they're trying to show he was the big bad guy killing everybody. And I'm glad that was brought up because I wondered if that was something the other doctors hadn't gotten to discuss yet. But yes, that's a problem. And yeah, like I said, this whole thing is sketchy. It reeks to high heaven. I think there's some funny business going on. There is some funny business. And I don't think people like to acknowledge that. I'm not saying us here. I'm talking about people, nobody wants to acknowledge there was funny business at the hospital. So, I'm still standing by the idea this guy was a scapegoat. It sounds like he's a better attorney than half the attorneys that were retained. He's a better doctor. Lori, did that happen today? Oh, sleep well, Gabby. Or hope you woke up. But yeah, I think he's a better doctor than the doctors that were retained by the hospital or the prosecution. So, it's even worse at this point. It's just garbage everywhere in this case. Garbage. So that's really it for me right now, guys. I'm stuck here at the office really late tonight, so we'll have to end the stream. The deal is if they lose, they've already lost. He's already skated all these. They could theoretically go back and try to charge him, but if he wins, it's just going to look like sour grapes. Well, Matthew, I would use the most powerful law firm I could afford. if I'm a big business, I would buy the best attorneys I can get. So that doesn't actually mean anything. They were already getting their asses sued apart, and the hospital system was already in trouble. So them getting a big lawyer is not really a shocker or revealing too much. But guys, yeah, with that being said, I'm going to be busy probably till about 6, 7 o'clock tonight. So I will poke my head in, and once they cancel for the day, I'll kill the stream. But until then, you guys are free to chat. So I will see you guys later.
Thanks to all for this level of attention late in the day. Your Honor, Dr. Schweiger, ladies and gentlemen, counsel on both sides. Dr. Schweiger, have you ever suggested in this matter that the 14 patients reflected in these medical records were not critically ill?
No, in fact, the opposite. I've always maintained in review of these records that all 14 patients had multi-system dysfunction and were critically ill, and certainly they were justified to be admitted to the ICU at some point in their hospitalization.
In your experience, do patients have some hope of recovery after being on life support, including vasopressors and ventilation?
Yes, absolutely. The fundamental premise of critical care physicians is to support patients with the breathing tube, with the ventilator, and with the vasopressors so that the treatments to correct the infection or other diseases can be brought under control. Otherwise, we wouldn't really have any goal of working in the ICU. Many of the patients that are offered these treatments do in fact survive and are able to leave the hospital.
Is it protocol in your hospital or in your practice to determine the effect of paralytics prior to a palliative extubation?
Yes, in our hospital, it is always the protocol that you must determine the effect of the paralytics prior to even considering a palliative extubation, and to give ample time, being 3 hours prior to being allowed to pull the tube without worry that there could still be residual effects of the paralytics, which could prevent the patient from breathing.
Thank you. You sure? Yeah, I understand. So I just want to prompt it. Yeah. Can we sidebar, Your Honor?
You ready there, Madam Court Reporter? May proceed.
I'm sorry. Didn't mean to step on you, Judge. Doctor, does obesity rate as a factor in determining how much to dose fentanyl?
Yes, since fentanyl should be dosed on a weight proportional dosing, obesity most assuredly does impact the dosing, but then also a major safety factor is, since obesity impacts both the upper airway and the lungs, there should be an appropriate reduction in the dose of fentanyl for concern that the obese patient would be more sensitive to the effects of the opioids.
Just so I understand this, I mean, this goes contra. Did I just hear that the larger the patient, the less rather than the more?
Yeah, so in many medications in the ICU, if a patient is larger, you would give them more. However, with opioids, and particularly with fentanyl, because of the concern of respiratory distress or the patient becoming apneic, you would actually want to reduce the dose of the fentanyl and the opioids to avoid respiratory depression.
Thank you. Did you check Glasgow and RAS scores in these patients?
Yes, when the Glasgow and RAS scores were documented by the nurses, as well as the CPOT score for pain, I did look at those and include that into my analysis.
Thank you. Doctor, irrespective of when a discussion may have been made with respect to a code status or withdrawal of care, is the physician who is overseeing that withdrawal of care ultimately responsible for all the decisions made on that withdrawal?
Yes, the physician that is overseeing the terminal extubation and the transition to withdrawal support is ultimately responsible for the acts that will then follow, as well as placing the appropriate orders in the patient's chart that will essentially guide the nurses and the respiratory therapists on how to proceed with the comfort care measures.
Does that include dosing?
Yes, absolutely, because it is the physician who determines the dosing. Nurses are not allowed to prescribe. They depend upon the physicians to enter the orders on how the medication should be dosed, and then that's confirmed and checked by the pharmacist.
Turning to Bonnie Austin, you testified before that she had a pacer that paced at 70 beats. After that pacer was removed, what happened?
So, because as part of the palliative extubation, she had received the medications that we've discussed, obviously her heart rate went down, and then eventually she arrested.
And did it ever hit 40 beats per minute?
The pacer? No.
No, her heart.
Yes, her heart rate did.
Is that survivable?
Yes, bradycardia at that rate, of course, can be survived. Again, it depends upon the oxygen requirements of the patient. So again, certainly a heart rate in the 40s sometimes can actually be beneficial, particularly if there's valvular heart problems.
Thank you. Can low pH or high pH be altered?
Yes, both low pH and high pH can be treated by critical care physicians, both with medication that can be administered, such as sodium bicarbonate, and by purifying the blood of the acid in the system through the use of various forms of dialysis. And then very rapidly, we can adjust the pH by increasing the amount of air that comes into the lung so that carbon dioxide is blown out. So all three of those techniques can be used to normalize a patient's pH.
Can people who are on vasopressors survive and breathe for some period of time?
Yes, absolutely. Critical ill patients who are either reduced or taking off vasopressors can survive for prolonged periods of the time. And in fact, many times it may surprise the physician as to the duration of their survivability once those agents are weaned off.
Doctor, do you stand by any corrections that you've made in your reports?
Yes, that's correct. The corrections that have been noted during the last 3 days of testimony, I do stand by, but the vast majority of the content in those extensive 14 reports that I wrote are correct and accurate and reflect my review of the medical records.
Turning now to Mr. Timmons, is it your testimony now that the surgery for him lasted 36 minutes?
That's correct. Based upon my review of the anesthesia record, which is similar to the one that we use at Tampa General Hospital, so I am familiar with it, it indicates that the surgery is relatively quick. And in fact, that's my experience with fasciotomies. You usually can achieve the operation between 30 and 45 minutes, particularly if you're only going to do one limb, like the lower extremity.
Is it your opinion that it is highly unlikely that 14,000 micrograms of fentanyl was used in that 36 minutes?
Yes, it is technically impossible that that could have been given during that form of an anesthesia. It has to be some either form of computer glitch that incorporated the total amount that he received during the
object to
hospital.
speculation as to a computer glitch, or that it couldn't have been given?
Sustained.
Move the strike.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What do you know about the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine?
I personally don't know anything specifically about it. I'm aware that it exists, but I've never been a member or asked to join it, so I have no experience with that organization.
Defendant's exhibit Hans 23 was discussed. Cardiac survival rate is around 6%. In your professional opinion, do you believe that this is a peer-reviewed article?
I can say definitively this is not a peer-reviewed article. This is basically almost like a news release update from the organization. So this is not something that I would provide credible data or expect credible data from, because it's not peer-reviewed.
What is a peer-reviewed article?
Peer-reviewed article is when the authors submit their scientific research for rigorous evaluation, both by editors from the journal, and then those editors submit it to experts nationally in that field to review it and look for scientific validity. The article can then be accepted or accepted with corrections, which would then require the authors to rewrite the article. But this was not peer-reviewed.
What is system derangement in medical terms?
System derangement means when the normal function of the body or one of the organs underneath it, such as...
Your Honor, objection beyond scope.
Your Honor, I believe that system derangement definitely applies to many of the patients.
What is system arrangement?
System derangement is when the normal function of the body or the organs is disturbed and then gets out of balance.
May I develop, Your Honor?
You may develop.
Did Ms. Menashe's cross-examination touch on patients that had system derangement?
Her cross-examination did touch on the topic of system derangement of the various organs of the 14 patients under review.
Thank you. What would you recommend for the patients that had system derangement?
In patients that are either transferred or admitted in the ICU, that they receive appropriate therapeutic interventions to stabilize those organs in the system derangement and give an ample amount of time to allow the patient and the patient's body to declare itself before definitively concluding that the patient is terminal or that any further additional treatment would be futile.
Thank you. And what is that period of time that you normally recommend?
Normally, for critically ill patients, I recommend 72 to 96 hours, so 3 to 4 days, in order to determine the efficacy of the treatments we're providing to correct the underlying imbalance in their body.
What is your opinion regarding the emergent nature of any of the extubations discussed in these cases?
In my professional opinion, none of the 14 cases warranted emergency terminal extubation or rapid removal of life support because, again, they appeared to have issues that were still active and would have benefited from either further symptom management or continued treatment of the patients.
Why is it medically appropriate to extend all reasonable measures to patients like the ones discussed in this case?
It is medically appropriate because even with the best attempts of a physician to provide appropriate assessment and plan. Doctors are never 100% sure of the outcome of any given patient. So doctors should always err on chance or the side that the doctor himself or herself may be incorrect in a diagnosis. And by allowing that patient enough time to declare themselves, you can then essentially allow those patients who can still survive the opportunity to demonstrate that their organ function can in fact return.
Thank you. Do you have any opinions which may have changed as a result of the questions posed by defense counsel?
No, the questions that were posed to me today by defense counsel have not changed in any way the opinions that I have formed after the careful review of all 14 medical records.
Did defense counsel bring forward any factors which would change your opinions as to the appropriateness of the drugs administered to the alleged victims at extubation?
No, none of the issues that I've discussed today or been asked to testify impact my opinion that the doses that were ordered for these 14 patients and the various selection of both opioids and the Versed were dramatically in excess of anything that could have been justified to facilitate an appropriate terminal extubation. And in fact, it is still my opinion that they caused and or contributed to these patients' deaths.
Do you agree with the version of the doctrine of double effect that was presented here this afternoon?
No, one must always understand that you have to demonstrate an appropriate balance between the benefits of any treatment versus the potential risks. And if the potential risks are catastrophic and would imminently result in the death of the patient, then that cannot just be blanketly supported by the doctrine of double effect. Otherwise, any doctor on any given day could really do whatever they want and then use an escape hatch of saying, well, it was just the doctrine of double effect. You have to use moderation and proportionality when you're examining whether or not it can be justified.
One moment, Your Honor. That concludes my examination, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you home. They actually did it before 5 o'clock. I want to discuss one thing first. Just relax. They're not out the door yet. Tomorrow, we're going to go to like 11:25. I've got a Zoom conference I have to attend. Okay? And then we'll come back and start back up at 12:30. We'll do the breaks. It's my understanding from my notes that one of you has a plane to catch and that I heard today that someone else is helping them out. So we're going to quit at 3:30. Okay? You can plan accordingly. Okay? Y'all look at me like I'm crazy. What? Huh?
He's got a light. Can we just get him off the center?
I need to talk to him.
Oh, okay.
Okay? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, remember the admonitions. That'll be the schedule tomorrow. 9 o'clock, let's get started. David? Have a good evening, guys. Hopefully it's cooler tomorrow. Be seated. For the record, I will be facing a decision about admissibility. I think it's necessary for the record to reflect the questions that I'm going to ask, since there will be issues in the future. Doctor, did you have any guidelines on how to prepare your reports?
I did not know.
I reviewed one. No one told you about standards or anything?
That's correct.
Okay, now, in reading, I've only read one, that being that of Sandra Castle. Did you basically take your medical malpractice case and convert it over?
I was not involved in the medical malpractice case of Sandra Castle specifically. I was was retained on the Bonnie Austin, Danny Millette, and then I went to deposition, information on Sandra Castle was presented to me by Mr. Schroyer.
Okay. So you never did a formal report in the Med Mouse?
I did one in the Austin and Millette case, but not in the Castle case.
Okay. In the two cases that you just alluded to, did you basically transfer the concepts of the Med Mount over to the reports found within the exhibits?
Initially, I did, and then subsequently, I started to change that methodology. So in the later reports, it was not predicated on the Med-Mal review.
Okay. Anything based upon my questions?
No, Your Honor. Okay, hold on, I guess, Mr. Zion,
Did you do it?
Mr. Zion, did you do an independent review of all of these cases to submit these reports to the court?
Correct. Two separate independent reviews. The first, before my first report, which was, I believe, 14 or 15 pages, that just looked at the general topics in the case. I didn't break down each specific case. And then subsequently, I was asked to write individual reports on the 14 cases that I had been told were under review, that I should subsequently go back and do a re-review of those cases.
Okay. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold on. I would finish with this side.
Oh, sorry. No. Oh, no. Oh, sorry.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Manashek.
Yes, referring you to your deposition of January 21st, 2021, page 78. I want to give it to Ms. Grubb first. I want to read it exactly, so just give me a minute. And that deposition was June 21st of 2020.
That's correct.
Do you remember being asked in that deposition, question, okay, and what did the prosecutors ask you to do? And you answered, they asked me to review various records of patients who were at Mount Carmel West and render an opinion whether or not Dr. Husel had practiced within the applicable standard of care. Do you remember that answer?
I do remember that answer, yes.
Then the next question, did they ask you to form an opinion of his mental state and tension? You answered, did you not? Yes, as part of the violation of standard of care, whether or not he intended to simply alleviate pain or whether he, based on the medical records, he intended to hasten the patient's death. Do you remember those answers?
I do, yes.
I'm happy to approach if you want to refresh or think that that's not accurate in any way.
That seems to be my answer back in the deposition.
Your Honor, I would just like to mark this.
Okay. Why don't we mark it as Court 12, since it was my inquiry?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
It's not going to be part of anything that goes to the jury. Anything else for the doctor? Let's let him catch his flight. Yes, Ms. Grubb?
Thank you. I just want to ask the doctor, were you referring to a medical standard of care?
Correct, a medical standard of care, not a legal standard of care.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're excused. Ms. Grubb, anything for the record?
Nothing.
Well, one supplemental report for this.
Yes, okay. And one final question. When did you end the supplemental reports?
The supplemental reports were then penned after the independent review. So those were penned I believe, in early 2021. I'm sorry, 2022 is this year, so it's this year.
As an officer of the court, I can indicate that's correct.
Okay.
It's 2022.
Anything else before I let him go?
No, Your
Doctor, you're excused. Run quickly.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's yours. Thanks so much. Have a safe flight. And maybe one of the airport lights and sirens. That would be exciting.
Okay, anything for the record, Ms. Grubb?
Not right now.
Ms. Manasci?
What?
Anything for the record?
No, yeah.
Okay, have a good evening, guys. I've got that thing